This interview with Dr. Richard Arrington, Jr. is conducted on July 23rd and 24th, 2001. I am Edward S. Lamont, currently Vice President for Administration and Hal Heflin Professor of American Government at Birmingham Southern College. And I would say at the outset of the interview, it was my personal and professional privilege to serve as a staff member during the first two of Dr. Arrington's 5 terms as mayor from 1979 to 1987, and during much of that time served as his senior staff person or executive secretary. The purpose of the interview is to provide a comprehensive introduction to the life of Richard Arrington, to his public service career, and also to his reflections on the civil rights experience, and particularly this Birmingham Civil Rights Institute. The interview is part of the oral history program of the Institute. Dr. Arrington, let's begin at the beginning. Would you talk about your early childhood, family experiences, and your growing up years?
Of course, yes. Life leads you on some interesting journeys, and that's what life has led me. I was born in what is called the Black Belt area of Alabama, down in Sumter County, a place called Livingston, Alabama. My father and mothers were sharecropping farmers down in Livingston, Alabama, and my first 4 years were spent there in Livingston, Alabama on the farm. Parents. My dad eventually decided to join the great movement to Birmingham to work in the steel mills. That, of course, was what many of the people who were on farms were doing at that time. They were leaving the farms because of economic conditions changing and new opportunities opening up in places like Birmingham with its vast steel mills. And so when I was 4 or 5 years old, my dad moved us to Birmingham, and he went to work in the steel mill. So I grew up in Birmingham out in the suburb called Fairfield, and went through the Fairfield public school system, and even did my first 4 years in college, my bachelor's degree at Miles College out in the Fairfield area. Never left Birmingham, in fact, until after I finished college. I never left even Alabama until I had finished college. But it was an interesting experience growing up in that time. Race was, of course, a dominant factor in daily lives and shaped everything: social activities, education. Schools were all, of course, segregated. There were black schools. I attended Fairfield. Well, I attended the Robertson Elementary School, and then from there, the Fairfield Industrial High School, which were the schools for black students in the city of Fairfield. The time during that particular period, again, everything there was great emphasis on separation of the races. So I grew up not knowing very much, having very few contacts with whites. The law of the land in the South at that particular time was, of course, racial segregation. Parks were segregated. There were very few facilities. In fact, quite frankly, the system at that time treated blacks really as second-class citizens. We lived in separate neighborhoods, but they were usually the neighborhoods where there were fewer public services, where the streets were usually unpaved and what have you. But that was an interesting thing about it, is that because of the segregation laws, it kept all blacks, corralled all blacks, those few who were professionals, whether they were teachers, doctors, and lawyers, living in the same neighborhoods with those like my father, like where we lived, with people who were blue-collar workers. And so in one regard, I see a positive in that we were sort of united frankly, by race and by racial laws. And so I knew in the community, I knew the teachers who lived in the community, those who had the opportunity to get education. I knew the physicians, one or two physicians who lived in the community. I knew the professionals. And so one result of segregation of blacks in the community, in fact, it was the fact that they had all to live in the same community. And that provided some opportunity for some degree of interaction.
Were there any particular individuals who you recall as role models during your youth in that segregated community that you grew up in?
Yes, I recall quite well. In my early days, I thought I wanted to be a physician because Dr. W.L. Drake was the black physician in the city of Fairfield and handled most of the clients there in the city. And so I remember him. Grover P. Parham was a black businessman. Actually, he was a pharmacist, but highly respected and ran several businesses there in Birmingham. There were a few other, well, really this was in Fairfield mainly. There were a few other blacks. There were some teachers that I got to know fairly well who lived in the community. And they all, in one sense or another, were sort of role models and that I think inspired a lot of us. And when I think about them in conjunction with the constant counseling of my parents about what I should do in life, which was go to college. I mean, they didn't. See, my parents had never gone to college. My dad only went to the third grade in a one-room country school, and all the grades were in the same room. My mom had come from a family down in Sumter County where there was some degree of education among most of the members of the family. For example, her uncle was one of the first presidents of Dr. Jones of Selma University. And then in her family, most of her uncles attended school. I went to Tuskegee. They didn't graduate, but they went there a while. And then they came back and they taught there. And my great-grandmother was my maternal grandmother was also a teacher. So that on the Bell side of the family, so my mother was a Bell. On the Bell side of the family, we had a great emphasis placed on education. And also, it was interesting that many people, particularly blacks coming out of Sumter County who knew us, knew the Bell, particularly the Bell family, always thought that we were really well-to-do. I think it was a combination of things. The fact that most of the Bells were in education. They were teaching in some of the schools there and had gone to college. And of course, that was a privileged thing as viewed by blacks who were rural people working mainly on the farms. And then we lived on my great-great-granddad lived on a huge plantation. And they called it was known as the Bell Place. I cannot remember how many acres, but even to this day, I meet people here in Birmingham who are from that area, who grew up of my generation and maybe a little bit older, and they still think that my family owned the so-called Bell Place. The truth is that my great-great-granddad was 3 years old when slavery was abolished and continued to live there on that plantation, which was owned by Miss Lula de Graffenreid. And when Mrs. de Graffenreid moved out there, she let my grandfather, great-great-grandfather, continue to live there. And he married, and all of his children were born there, and each one built a house somewhere on that huge plantation. And so the Bells lived there, and people always thought we owned it. We didn't own we owned not a square inch of it. Of course, today, all that land is owned by American Can Company, but it's timberland. But that was where I got my start. I got to Birmingham. There were things I've told people many times I had never seen because I had never left Livingston. And I'm only 4 or 5 years old. I'd gone to the train depot a couple of times to see some relatives off. I come to Birmingham and get there at night, and one of my first experiences, of course, is hearing a streetcar and not being able to see it and asking my mom, what was it? I thought it was a train, and having her tell me it's a streetcar. And I could hardly wait to get up the next morning and get out on the porch to see what a streetcar was. Because we live there in the area in Fairfield called Vinesville, right where the city of Birmingham boundaries meet the city of Fairfield. And from my home, I could see what was called a number 7 streetcar that came down and turned around and went back to Birmingham. And I could see the number 14 streetcar that came through there and went on down to Bessemer. And that was very interesting. It was interesting to me moving to Birmingham as a young man to see electric lights. I can't recall having ever seen them in anywhere. But I knew we lived in a home on a farm where there were no electric lights. Everything, all the light at night came from kerosene lamps. And so I see electric lights for the first time in each one of our in this 3-room house my dad leased. Here we've got a single electric light bulb on a cord that we flip on by hand, and so I get the new experience. I'm getting seeing this new technology, new forms of energy, all very exciting. But my playmates, my friends, all were, of course, people in the neighborhood. They were black. Even during my newspaper carrying days, I was a paper carrier early when I was, I don't know, like 10 years old. I got me a paper route. Had a few contacts with young whites who were also paper carriers. But we had some interesting experiences. For example, my cousin and I would like to stop in the park down in the city of Fairfield and watch the baseball games. Well, it was a park for whites. But we would stop on the edge and put our papers down and watch the game. Occasionally, there in the park, along with some of the white paper carriers, or down in the field by the station where we picked up our newspapers, we would engage one another in football games, the blacks playing the whites. And we'd have great fun. But the police would come along, and they would really scold us. And they would really scold the blacks. And that was all out of place, that blacks and whites would play together. And that's how race-conscious people were, and that was the kind of situation that I grew up in. The whites I got to know were those I worked for. And once I got to be a senior and started working at a dry cleaners called Howard's Dry Cleaners, which incidentally is still here in Birmingham, down on 3rd Avenue and 9th Street. And I worked there in my starting the end of my senior year, towards the end of my senior year in high school, and worked there for 4 years, almost until I graduated from college. I attended when I finished Fairfield Industrial High School, where I had studied dry cleaning, and it's an interesting story of how I got into dry cleaning, because it was an industrial school. And it offered us what it called a straight academic program for those students who intended to go on to college. But most of the students, of course, were studying some trade, tailoring, upholstery, shoe repair, and auto mechanics, and things of that sort. And so I was influenced by a friend of mine who was my good buddy in high school named Thomas Harden. In the 10th grade, at the end of the 10th grade, you had to make a choice of which program you wanted to study, whether you wanted to take a trade and which trades you would study, or whether you were going to go to college. Now, I knew all the time that I was going to college. I knew it because my parents had always said we had to go to college. And it was interesting that they would say that because we had no means, no money or anything to send people to school. My dad just worked in the steel mills, and then when he was not working at the plant, he did brick mason and the carpenter, and he built homes, many of which still stand out in Fairfield today. But we didn't have an abundance of money. We lived from paycheck to paycheck. But I knew I was going to college. Yet I was influenced by my friend when the selection time came up, and having no counselors at the high school that I was attending, although we had an outstanding educator as principal named E.J. Oliver, Uh, I I ended up in studying dry cleaning. That was not my first choice. What happens is Dr. Oliver would call all of the students into the auditorium, and we would tell him, what areas we wanted to study, and we would get assigned to those particular areas. There were many of us wanting to study some trades, and more than a trade could accommodate the teacher. There was a single teacher in each trade. So I wanted to study tailoring. Thomas and I said tailoring. And there were so many people who wanted to study tailoring that what Dr. Oliver did was he had all of us to put our names on a piece of paper and fold it up and drop it in a hat. And so the 15 people who were going to be able to study tailoring were the names drawn out. So I was unlucky. I didn't get tailoring. And therefore, Thomas and I had to choose another trade. And so he said, let's go into dry cleaning. So I went into dry cleaning. And in my junior and senior years in high school, that's what I did. I studied dry cleaning, basically cleaned clothes of friends of ours and others. So I studied dry cleaning. I had only two people, although I had done fairly well academically in school, was an honor student, and obviously should have been in the straight academic program, which would have meant more algebra and trigonometry, and would have meant more chemistry and things of that sort. But we only had two, maybe three people out of a class of 100 and some students who graduated who went in the straight academic program of study. But anyway, I went from there with my friend, and we graduated, and we ended up at Miles College the next year as freshmen. And as I said, I started working at Howard Cleaners after having done one summer of just making what's called mortar brick for brick mason, and at 50 cents an hour. That was my first job. So that's sort of a story of how, sort of a sketch of how I grew up in Fairfield.
You make it clear that your parents expected you to go to college. I take it that your family was a close-knit family, that your parents had great influence over you and what you did. Could you say a little more about your family and siblings and what has become of family members?
Yeah, absolutely. One of my blessings was that we had a close-knit family. My dad married my mom when she was just 18 years old, and he was in his early 20s. He was dating my mom, and they were talking about marriage. My mom, when my mother was 17, her mother died of a heart attack. And of course, she and her siblings, she had a brother who was the younger of the three and a sister in between, and my mother was the older of the three children. So they were being brought up by her father. And then her father was killed in an accident, in a lumbering accident. He was working, cutting timber, and somehow was killed with a large tree, a log falling on him and killing him. So shortly thereafter, my father, after that tragic incident for my mother's family, my father married my mother, moved into her home, and in essence, raised three kids: his wife, his sister-in-law, and his young brother-in-law. And he actually kept all three of them, and they lived with us up until I left home. And they continued to live with us far into adulthood. But it was a close-knit family, and even when we moved into the city and out in Fairfield, my aunt and my uncle still lived with us, although we had just a three-room house, a living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a toilet eventually on the back porch. Initially, dry toilets out in our backyard. My uncle did eventually move next door, but the family remained a close-knit family, and my dad was sort of the patriarch and oversaw the entire family. And my mom did a lot of the work of seeing that my brother and I have a brother who is 2.5 years younger than I am, who is in higher education now, lives in South Carolina. But my mother had the responsibility of seeing that we did our schoolwork, of getting us enrolled in school, all those kinds of things. I can recall coming home almost daily during the week, sitting on the front porch in what we call a glider. We sitting on the front porch, my mom taking me over the lesson with a switch sitting there by her side, and with my reading or my doing the spelling, and sometimes kids out there running, playing, and not wanting to go, and with her occasionally picking up the switch, hitting me because I was distracted by folk playing. I also remember some of the visits made by teachers. I had by the time I got up to 8th and 9th grade, I had this pretty teacher named Angelina Ray, and she had a sister who taught there in the system named Mattie Ray, and they were both very attractive ladies, even to the kid who was then in the 8th grade. But I came under Angelina Ray, who was from an area called Hooper City. Came under Angelina Ray in her English class. And I tell people to this day that every bit of the grammar I know, I learned that year under her. I had never heard about conjugating a verb until I got into her class. She was an outstanding teacher. And I paid strict attention to her. She was pretty to watch, but I was anxious to learn because I wanted to know, and then I wanted her approval. But she would come over, she and her sister. They would do home visits quite often. They would sit on the front porch and talk with my parents about my brother and me and how well we were doing in school. The interesting part of that story, the reason I mention it, is that Angelina Ray later married my brother played basketball when he got in high school. My brother's basketball coach, a man whose name was Rice, his last name was Rice. And of course today, their daughter is the security advisor to the President of the United States, George W. Bush. But I've told Condoleezza Rice on a number of occasions how much I admired her mother, and of course she remembers that her mother knew me and had talked about me and all of that. So that was interesting. I came under the influence of some good teachers like Ms. Ray and Ms. Cook, and I got into doing things I really didn't do well, like debate team, and it was really a good academic experience at Fairfield Industrial High School, because E.J. Oliver, who some would call a tyrant, but he ran his school, and he demanded that there would be emphasis on academic achievement. We competed in statewide academic meets every year. In fact, the greatest disappointment I had in my entire high school career was that I never won what's called a ribbon. We would go off to Alabama State University in Montgomery every year, and black high school students from across the state who were considered to be the top students in their classes and during the junior and senior years would compete in certain areas like government, history, and English or literature and writing. And of course, the great honor, the thing that made everybody feel good at Fairfield is that you got a lot of recognition for your academic achievement. There was a large glass showcase, and everybody, if you won a ribbon, you brought it back, kept your name on it, was in the showcase. And all the kids who over years and years at the school had won ribbons, they were all there. So it was a great honor to have you. And of course, I went off and I competed in that twice and didn't win a ribbon either time. You could win a first, second, or third place ribbon. And that was my great disappointment. I never won a ribbon in that competition.
Was that due in part to your being in the dry cleaning track rather than the academic track?
Been. I don't know the answer, but it may have been. Another way that Oliver really inspired us is that he had built on the wall a large bulletin board with a glass door that covered it, and he called it the Fairfield Industrial High School Hall of Fame. And the first graduate that achieved some distinction or in a field would go into the Hall of Fame. For example, the first Fairfield Industrial High School graduate who became a lawyer was there, and the first who became a pharmacist, and the first one who became a doctor, and so forth and so on. And it's amazing how that inspired people, because everybody wanted to be in the Fairfield Industrial Hall of Fame. And I left Fairfield hoping, gosh, I wanted to, one day get in the Industrial Hall of Fame. And of course, I was able to get in. I was the first Fairfield Industrial High School graduate to get a PhD degree in zoology. And so I was brought back there some years later and inducted into the Hall of Fame. And here I am now, of course, an adult, and I've gone all the way through school. I'm about 30 years old, 31 years old, doctorate degree, but I was just as proud going back to Fairfield Industrial High to be inducted into that Hall of Fame as I was. I may be prouder than at the time when I walked across the street to get my doctoral degree.
Did Dr. Oliver sort of push you personally toward academics?
No, Dr. Oliver, no, he didn't push me particularly. He did give a lot of recognition to students who were honor students. If you made the honor roll every semester, you were taught on he called names in the assembly, you came up. So he put a lot of emphasis on that. I mean, he loved sports, but he put a lot of emphasis on academic achievement. While he gave a lot of attention to people like Willie Mays, who was a couple of years ahead of me in school and was our hero, and other athletic standouts, he also gave great emphasis to people who achieved academically. And I sort of ranked always in like the top 10th of the class. I probably was number 3 or 4 in my graduating class. And so I got recognition that way. And then I was a thespian. I didn't have any acting ability, but I was a thespian working on properties. And as I said, I was in the debate club, and I did have to debate and compete with our school against other schools in debating. And all these things, believe it or not, turned out to be very, very constructive activities and good activities for my development. I still grew up in essentially, a black culture and a segregated black culture. Didn't think a lot about it at the time, quite frankly. I just accepted it as a way of life. My mother worried, especially about what would happen to us in relationship with police, because the police were the people who kept everybody in line, in particular the black community. And with us children being males, she was always worried about what kind of encounter we might have one day with the police. Although my brother and I were well behaved, because my mother was a strict disciplinarian, and we dared not get in any kind of trouble, because we'd be in serious, serious trouble at home. My mom would not hesitate to give us a whipping for anything we did. It was the same way about school. I mean, we had to perform well in school. That was it. It was expected of us, and we knew we had to do it. And so we learned at an early age what the expectations were, and we labored to achieve them. It wasn't that I was in any way extraordinary in terms of intellectual abilities. It was just hard work. It was that ethic that my family had, and you got to get in there and do it. And it carried me right on through college. As I said, I went to college and I paid my tuition. There were no student loans, anything at that time. So I paid my tuition by working year-round at Howard Cleaners. I went there every afternoon at 4 o'clock, and I drove the delivery truck to about 10 or 12 branches to take the dry cleaning out to the different branches that the cleaners had. I worked there on Saturdays and sometimes Sundays, and then all summer long. I worked every job. I learned every job at the cleaners, from firing the boiler. When the boiler man was on vacation during the summer, I relieved him, and I did that. I ran the huge laundry room. The man in charge of the laundry was on work, and the man in charge of the dry clean. I learned every job there, even down to dressing the machines, that many machines that were there. So that too was a learning experience. I became almost like a plumber. I knew how to do everything. But that's how I worked my way through college.
You mentioned your mother's concern in particular about police encounters or other incidents. Were there any terrible incidents in your childhood or times when living in a segregated society was very punishing and you knew at the time?
Yeah, it was it was very punishing in the sense that I was and fearful. There was great fear about it. What happened to blacks who, according to whites, or in the view of whites, stepped out of line or stepped across the line. We were fortunate that we never had any bitter experience in our family, but we knew of people all around us who were beaten by police officers. Some were killed. Whenever there was a rape of a white female somewhere in the Birmingham area, there was always some black, and may have been the guilty party, and may not have been. I don't know, but some black would pay the price, and that was always a front page story. If a black was accused of having raped a white female, it was always front page. But it always sent some fear throughout the black community until somebody had been apprehended, and charged with that. I grew up at a time where, still in the rural areas, a person so charged many times never got to trial. I mean, a mob would come and it would be lynched. It would take that person out of jail. And it was still happening when I was in college. It was still happening, and not that much in Alabama then, as it was still happening in Mississippi. And I still recall some of the victims, Parker and people like that. And because my mother taught me to love reading and so forth, and I read everything, including the newspaper. In fact, we didn't even describe the newspaper at first. The people across the street did. And I borrowed that newspaper every day just to read it. And my dad loved to read. He didn't read well, but he read the paper every day. He'd get the paper and he'd read it, and he'd lisp out his words and spell. So I grew up reading the paper daily. And so I was also aware of what went on, but from what I gleaned from reading the newspapers. So it was a kind of fear, but luckily we never, had a direct bitter experience. I had officers that stopped me and say negative things, but never got to any physical encounter, thank God.
You've talked about the importance of family, of high school, and of the community that you grew up in that produced role models. Were there other institutions or organizations that were important in your early years, church, civic groups, anything along those lines?
Well, the church certainly was a major institution. I remember joining the church that I'm now a member of when I was 6 years old, being baptized some few years later, and it's the church I grew up in, and attended regularly and worked in the Sunday school, was in the vacation Bible school. My parents were very much involved, especially my mother in working in auxiliaries in the church. My mom sang in the choir and worked with the vacation Bible school. And of course, we were always in attendance. So the church had a significant influence in shaping our lives and helping to shape up the values and so forth that we had. It was a major institution. And of course, I feel the black church has been one of the major institutions for blacks in this country anyway. Much of the black leadership has come out of black churches. Colleges, many of the black colleges were started up by black churches. And so, yes, a lot of my values were shaped by church.
And you are a member now of the church that you joined when you were 6?
Yeah, it's the only church I've ever.
And what church is that?
It's Crumby Bethel Primitive Baptist Church in Fairfield. I'm what you call a foot washing Primitive Baptist. We wash feet on communion Sundays, and so it was an important institution. I ended up, going to college right there actually about 2 blocks from where I grew up at Miles College. And I go to college. I start as a freshman. I have no idea what I'm going to study. But as I said, I knew I was going. So I enroll. I take the admission test they had, what they call placement tests at that time in math and in English. And noted that I did well. And all the students from my high school all did well on those. They were not standardized tests. They were tests put together by the faculties there at the college at that particular time. But if you didn't pass the test in math, for example, you ended up being placed in remedial math class, for which you would spend a year but get no college credit. If you didn't pass the English test, you couldn't write the composition to the satisfaction of the teachers. You ended up in what they call sub-English, but it was remedial English. And so many of the students, in fact, there were more students taking remedial math and remedial English in the freshman year than there were taking the regular English. But I did notice that the students who came out of Fairfield Industrial High School with me and attended Miles College, just about every one of them passed the placement exams, did well, which again spoke well of what people were doing. But at Miles College, I didn't know what I was going to do, but fortunately, some good teachers, and some who took a special interest in us. And I remember a teacher named Verdell Martin who taught psychology. And I remember her calling, I had taken a course with her in psychology. And I remember her calling me one day. I just happened to be passing by her office, calling me in and asking me, what do you decided to study? I mean, you're starting your sophomore year and so forth. And I was very honest with her and said, I just didn't know. So she says, I think you got good aptitude for science, and I'd like for you to go over and talk with Mr. Jones. Well, that was the biology teacher, a man named Emmett Jones. And so I did. I went over and talked with him. And he suggested that I study biology or chemistry. So that's how I became a biology major. And that was fortunate because he took an interest in his students. He got a number of us to go into graduate school. I had no idea what graduate school was. When he first mentioned it to me, have you thought about going to graduate school? Well, I didn't know what graduate school was, and he explained. And he thought he could help me get into graduate school up at the University of Detroit, where he had gotten his master's degree. And so he wrote the professor there, and I applied there, and I was admitted, and I was given a teaching fellowship, teaching freshman laboratory classes at the University of Detroit. And that, as I said, I'm 20 years old, and I leave, I've just graduated from college, and I leave Alabama for the first time in my life. I take the Greyhound bus, and off I go to Detroit, and I'm married by that time, too, and at 20 years old. And so off we go on the bus to Detroit. I'll never forget, it was a tearful moment for me. I cried, didn't want to leave home. But it was also a traumatic experience for me at the university. People were wonderful there. It was just a university where there was maybe a dozen blacks in the entire university of about 12,000 students. Over in the biology department where I was at the time the only black student enrolled in the graduate school. And while nobody else seemed to have thought anything about that, it stayed on my mind because I had come out of Alabama, out of a racially segregated society, where, as I said, I had had no social interaction with whites except an occasional football game or baseball thing that might have happened on the streets or in the park and that we sneaked and did as long as the police didn't come along. So I really had no real contacts. And now here I am in a setting where everybody in there in the graduate school where I am is white and no blacks. And the faculty members, the students were wonderful. But I mean, even the horseplay with the guys. But to me, it felt strange. On weekends, hanging around as a graduate student in the labs and so forth, and guys get wrestling and so forth, and some white guy comes over and grabs me and starts wrestling. You didn't do that in Alabama. And it was a strange feeling. And sitting in the classroom, and if the professor was lecturing and decided to question people as he talked, and I didn't care how many times he called on me. Every time he called on me, I just had to know the answer. And when I didn't, I felt so bad. I thought I had let the whole black race down. I mean, it just shows, what racial segregation had done. But I think it was there at the University of Detroit that I began to get some sense of self and of identity. And it turned out to be a very good experience for me. My second year there, my last year, in which I received my degree, I did have another black student, a young woman named Sue Chapman, came in as a graduate student, and she eventually went on to dental school. In fact, she practices today in Atlanta. She's a dentist in Atlanta. So it was a good experience, and of course, from having gone to I got a master's degree and came back to teach, but my professors had also recommended, that I go on to work for a doctorate and so forth, and all was so good. Turned out to be good experiences.
You received your master's degree in what year?
57. I graduated from Miles in 1955, and then in 57, I received my master's degree. I returned to Miles College and began teaching some biology at Miles College, and studied. I would go off to graduate school during the summer for a long time, and then around 1960, 60 or 61, I left as a National Science Foundation fellow and went to Washington University for a year to do study and research, and then to the medical school at the State University of Iowa to do research in radiation biology. Came back to the college and taught for a year after that, and then was accepted at 2 or 3 schools for a doctoral program and chose to go out to University of Oklahoma. I'd really wanted to go, ever since I had gotten my master's, I had wanted to go to the University of Illinois to study protozoology under a professor named Kudo, Dr. Kudo, who was one of the top people in his field. In fact, I had done my master's degree on a small problem, dealing with a small research project that was related to the work that he was doing. But I was never accepted there. I applied, and they never accepted me. I was accepted at the University of Connecticut, and I was accepted at the University of Southern Illinois, and I was accepted at the University of Oklahoma. Out of the 4 schools, that was one other school I applied to. So 3 of those schools accepted me, and I chose to go to Oklahoma to work with a professor there in invertebrate zoology, and we took off and went to Oklahoma.
So your career then, prior to going to Oklahoma, really was focusing you on academics, on being a researcher, and more particularly, I guess, a teacher at Miles.
Teacher. My interest was teaching. I loved teaching. I was, secondly, doing some research, but teaching at a school like Miles, undergraduate institution, that was no real emphasis on a need to do research. You taught three classes a term, and I enjoyed it, and that's what I did. But of course, whenever I went to graduate school, whether it was summer or what have you, I had to do research, and if I hoped to achieve ever to get a doctorate degree, of course, I had to show that I had some ability to do research, and I had to do some research which at least had to be of a level that it said you contributed something to the field. And so I kept my fingers in research areas by going to school every summer. I was very fortunate also that during that time, the federal government began to pump a lot of money into sciences. For example, when Sputnik, when Russians put the first space object into space, it was called Sputnik, our government responded by pumping a lot of money, especially into the sciences, to begin training people, to upgrade teachers who were teaching science. And that I was very fortunate. So I applied every summer and went away in some program where we were getting graduate training. So again, I mean, it's just luck. I mean, as things came along. Things I would not have been able to do. I was, making $390 a month at Miles College teaching, and had a family, and that wasn't much. You couldn't save any money or do anything. But I was able to go to graduate school each summer because there was plenty of opportunities available through the National Science Foundation for science and math teachers. And timing was just right.
Were there any thoughts at all at this point in your career about public service, politics, anything other than higher education?
No, I had thought of nothing except being a teacher, a college teacher. There were no role models at that time in politics for me or for blacks, because blacks did not have the vote except for a very, very small number. Blacks were essentially prohibited from voting in Alabama. They limited the number. Even people who held advanced professional degrees, doctors, people with other doctorate degrees, oftentimes were not permitted to vote in Alabama. You went down to the Board of Registrars. There were 3 people on the Board of Registrars in each county in Alabama. And you had to pass a test, an examination of whatever sort they decided. Usually in some counties it was written, but usually you just answered questions from the Board of Registrars. And that registrar was the sole determiner of whether or not you were qualified to vote. And the questions asked oftentimes were not very relevant to voting, but they would ask you things about the Constitution, ask you things about Alabama. Sometimes they would ask you things that were actually just silly questions, which told you weren't going to be allowed to register to vote. And I assumed that they had a quota that they worked by for the number of blacks they will put on the voting roll. I've told this story many times that I graduate from Miles. I'm 20 years old. You can't vote until you're 21. I go off to Detroit. And because in the black community, there was always a push through the civic league. Every black community had civic leagues at that time. We called them civic leagues. Today we talk about neighborhood associations, but then we talk about civic leagues. And every black community that I knew of had civic leagues working. And one of their major responsibilities and challenges was to get blacks registered to vote. And so what they would do, and I remember this clearly, is that they circulated throughout the black community a legal-sized sheet of paper with typed questions on it, both sides, that we studied. When you were old enough to register to vote, you studied those questions, and people in the black community studied those questions. They'd have the question and the answer to the question, and you would study those in preparation for going down to the Board of Registrars. And of course, as I said, you go down and you're really at the mercy of the registrar. But there were questions. I still remember some of the questions, like, which county in Alabama has 2 courthouses, and so things of that sort. But people worked awfully hard, because the people in the Civic League sort of went from house to house trying to encourage blacks to register to vote. And all during my growing up there in Fairfield, I saw this. So I grew up in a family where and my dad was never registered to vote until I was in adulthood. But I grew up in a family where there was a consciousness about it. And so I wanted to register to vote. I always wanted to. Turned 21, my first semester in graduate school, came home for Christmas. And the first thing I wanted to do was go down to the Jefferson County Courthouse in Birmingham and register to vote. And so I went down to register to vote, and this dear lady who was a registrar, sitting as a white lady, she began talking with me, asking me where I, about my background. In fact, I was in school, all of these things, and I'm, of course, trying to be as polite as I can be, but feeling great anxiety, waiting for her to start asking me all these questions, which I have been studying, and I assume I know the answer. I got me a bachelor's degree, and I know the answer to all these questions. And she surprises me. I mean, as she said, how you doing in school? And then she says, raise your hand, raise your right hand. She swears me in. She never asked me a single question. And there I was, just a nervous wreck, wondering if I could pass the exam. But it was interesting. That's the way, it's just the way things were at that particular time. And it is just interesting how things happen in your life, how people come into your life, how you happen to be someplace at some time. My coming back to Miles College after I had done my work as a research fellow, National Science Foundation research fellow, brought me in contact with Lucius Pitts. Lucius Pitts became president while I was away, and contacted me about coming back to teach at Miles College. And of course, I fell under the influence of Lucius Pitts. And even after I got my doctorate, he talked me into coming back to Miles College. I think I came back to Miles. I believe Lucius may have paid me $10,000, $12,000 a year as college did, house. And I came back and began working. But Lucius was very much involved in the community as a whole, and encouraged his students to get involved in the community. And so here I am. No, I had not ever thought about politics or public service, because as I started to say earlier, there were no role models. There were no black elected officials. The only one I can think of back during that time was Adam Clayton Powell, who was a congressman from Harlem. But other than that, there were none that I knew of. And so, having no role models, most of us, there may have been some extraordinary black young men and women who were thinking about a career in public service of some sort, running for office. But most of us, I don't think, ever even thought about that. In fact, I couldn't imagine that in Alabama there would be black elected officials, period. And I really thought about that even after I became mayor. Somebody had told me that was going to happen even, back a few years ago. You don't know what you're talking about. It's not going to happen.
During the time you were in college, the Brown versus Board of Education decision was handed down by the Supreme Court, and then I guess during your graduate school years, the civil rights movement perhaps peaked and had its greatest impact. How did those developments in the civil rights arena either affect your life or shape your thinking during that period of time?
Yeah. Well, I was always very much aware of what was going on in the whole struggle for human rights that was being waged in Birmingham. And I think it was in part because of my family, and in part because I was breeding, and I knew I was always had an interest in civic affairs, and because of the work of the civic leagues. And early on, I joined the Fairfield Civic League and attended meetings of the Civic League. So I had that awareness about what was happening. When the school desegregation of '54 segregation decision came down, I was just a bystander watching what was happening and seeing in a couple of years after that the efforts to desegregate schools here in Birmingham, and the problems that were created, and seeing city government fight against all forms of integration. Parks closed eventually, and things of that sort to try to avoid segregation. And I think that lifted the awareness of the black community. I think the black community as a whole was sort of saw itself caught up in a struggle now for achieving some equal treatment under the Constitution, especially now that the U.S. Supreme Court in '54 had gotten rid of separate but equal, and that was no longer the law of the land. I'm not sure we thought about it that way, but the push was on throughout the black community, and largely through civic leagues and through the black churches. We were being encouraged to integrating, desegregate the schools, do this, and so that push was a constant push. I remember I had to make the decision when I came back in '57 about my kids going to school and whether or not to take them to the predominantly white school in Fairfield. And I remember after some debate taking them there. So that was interesting. But Lucius Pitts, when I came back and I was working at Miles, Lucius Pitts was very much involved, and a lot of students were involved in movements for equal treatment of blacks here in Birmingham.
Let me just go back to you.
Yeah.
You mentioned your kids taking. Did I understand that they did go to?
Yeah, we took them to the predominantly white school.
And they were accepted.
Yes, they accepted.
And that was in what year?
I was in '57.
So that the Fairfield Public Schools desegregated 6 years before Birmingham did.
Probably so. I came back in 57. I returned to Miles College to teach and enrolled my son in what had been a predominantly white school there in Fairfield. Yeah.
With no incident or particular
no
difficulty?
problem. There were maybe 1,000 blacks in the school at that time. Yes.
But do you have a sense that Fairfield municipal government was in a way more progressive than Birmingham City government?
Let me get my time frame right on this, because your question brings that back to mind. I have to go back and think about my son and age and what it is. In '57, I got a kid born. No, '55. So no, it was later. You're right, because my kid was born in '56 or '57, mm-hmm. and so he would not have been school age.
Okay.
4 or 5 years later, and that was good. Right. So that it was at that time when he turned 60 years mm-hmm. old or something at that time. So it was probably in the '60s.
And do you recall what year Dr. Pitts became the president at Miles?
1960, 60 or 61. I was at Washington University when he was chosen president. In fact, I first met him when I was a graduate student at Washington University, and he came to St. Louis to speak to a group of Mileans. I attended that session, and that was when I first met Lucius Pitts.
So you taught at Miles and then went off and earned your PhD ultimately.
Yes.
And that was in what year?
I got a PhD degree in '66. Mm-hmm. After going back and forth, graduate school and Miles to teach. So in '63, I loaded up I of course applied to these schools, was accepted at the University of Oklahoma. I was given a teaching fellowship there, which covered tuition and gave me a small stipend. And I was also, because even when I was working on my master's, the state of Alabama was providing some money, because the state had a program where blacks who went out of state to graduate school, the state would pay the difference between the cost you had to pay at the school and what you would pay to Alabama. That was their way of keeping the schools segregated. So if you wanted to pursue graduate study field that was not offered, say, at Tuskegee Institute, then you applied to the Department of Education, and you got admitted at some other school. You applied to the Department of Education, and you got a check each quarter. You just simply had the business officer at the school you attend to verify what your tuition was, and you sent it to the State Department of Education, and they would calculate what the differences was in the expense and send you a check for the difference. And so all while I was in school, all the way through my doctorate program, in which I got a doctorate in '66, I was getting that stipend from the state. And that plus my teaching fellowship stipend enabled me to support my family and attend school.
So you left to begin your doctoral work in '63. Were you here during the summer of '63 when the demonstrations were occurring?
Yes, I left in August of '63. I had been accepted. I had taught summer school at Miles College. I had been involved sort of indirectly in some of what was going on because Lucius Pitts had me doing things like attending meetings with him, taking notes and minutes, writing up some statements that Dr. James Montgomery, who was one of the spokesmen, would do at a new conference, or Abraham Woods or Calvin Woods, and I oftentimes wrote those up. Lucius assigned me that responsibility. I attended the meetings of some of the black leaders in the black community, like A.G. Gaston and the Peter Halls, and the people who were considered to be spokespersons for the black community. I kept all the minutes. I was in the meeting when I wrote up a document listing the grievances of the black community, which went down to the city fathers at some time. I think we're now in the 60s, probably early. And that document eventually led to a decision by the white leadership to form a biracial committee. I was at the meetings when the black leaders at A.G. Gaston's office dealt with the issue of who would sit on the committee to represent the black community. It was a big decision. It was an important time. But they did. I really think the initiative was taken by white leaders who suggested to the black group, because we had submitted this list of grievances and all. Eventually, they suggested that that be a biracial committee, and they named the members of the committee both black and white. And I've told the story many times that how the black leaders resented that and said, and sent Jim Montgomery, who was a physician, and Calvin Wood, a preacher, to meet with some of the white leaders to tell them that the time had passed for whites telling blacks who the leaders were. They were going to choose their own leaders. And the white group was very apologetic about that. And of course, well, I was telling a story that I'd like to tell about that particular meeting, where at A.G. Gaston's office, the couriers, Calvin Woods and Jim Montgomery, had come back from meeting with some of the leaders of the white group and had informed them that we were going to choose our own leaders. And the white group was very apologetic. So now it's left up to us, because they apologized and they asked us to please inform them of the names of our representatives on that committee. There were to be 10 people named. And it was really sort of humorous to me, because we got into the discussion about who the leaders would be, or who the representatives would be. And just to make the story short, the group ended up naming the same people, 9 Out of the 10 people, 9 of them were the same people that the whites had named. And the only reason the 10th person wasn't named, the whites had included the name of a black female who nobody knew who she was. And of course, she wasn't in the meeting. But all the other 9 that had been named were in the meeting that we were in. And everybody was lobbying, of course, to get on there. Nobody wanted to offend anybody by leaving them off. So they put the same 9 on there, 9 of the 10 that the whites had named. That left really only the 10th slot open. And Peter Hall, who was an attorney at the time, later was to become the first black municipal judge in the city of Birmingham, but who had refused to sign that grievance petition we had sent down because I remember in the meeting when I had presented it for their review, he said he couldn't sign it because I had written something in there about the injustices that we suffered in the courts, and he said he was an attorney and an officer of the court, so he couldn't sign the petition. But when we were ready to get the committee, he was there lobbying for that 10th spot. He thought he should be, and he got it. And so that, but I always tell that story because it was, to me, even that morning, I found it very humorous. I could hardly keep from laughing out when they named all the members of the committee because it was exactly the committee except for one person that the white members had named in the first place.
And Dr. Pitts was one of the 10.
Yeah, Lucius was there. Yeah, so it was an interesting experience for me. I'm just being on the sideline. In '63, I am ready to go off and work full time on my doctorate rather than trying to do work during the summer. And I taught through summer school and packed my family up in my old white Ford. Had a new baby at that time. And we headed off to University of Oklahoma. When I left Birmingham, it was right at the height of a lot of the unrest. George Wallace had become the governor. He was stomping the state, giving fiery segregation speeches. He had earlier made his inaugural address where he had declared segregation now and forever and what have you, and challenged the federal government by saying he had tossed the gauntlet in the dust and so forth. And then he was also moving around places like Tuskegee, wherever there were efforts being made to desegregate schools, especially now in rural areas where there were a black majority, Macon County, for example. And so he was doing his schoolhouse door things in high school. He used to do the Arthurine Lucy thing. And he came to Birmingham and he made very fiery speeches. George Wallace just stirred the pot a lot. He was a demagogue, and he did a lot of demagoguing. And I think helped set the stage for some of the violent activity that took place in Birmingham. And had been ongoing, but stepped up some of the bombings of churches and homes of blacks that occurred. And so I left Birmingham in August and went to Oklahoma in late August. And of course, I had only been there a short while when the tragedy of the bombing of 16th Street Baptist Church occurred. I remember hearing about that in the news first and then reading about it and calling home and talking about it. But I was then in Oklahoma in '63 and some eventful times. I'll never forget the day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated. I was attending a science seminar where graduate students from several universities and colleges there in Oklahoma came to the Oklahoma Science Association to present papers, and I was at the meeting. And we had a break, like just about lunch, and I walked out in the hall and somebody had a television on. And of course it was talking about the president having been assassinated in Dallas. Now, those are things that, sort of stick with you. But anyway, I was at Oklahoma in '64, for 3 years and enjoyed it. Took 2.5 years. I finished my work up in 2.5 years. Taught there the last semester I was there for the whole 3-year period. And it was basically a good experience. Socially, it was somewhat different. Oklahoma, it turns out, wasn't very different, too much different from Alabama. They'd gone through a lot of litigation already about desegregation. And I wasn't as aware of that as I should have been. I got to Oklahoma. Before going there, I had been informed by the school that all merit housing was full, and they had no merit housing. But the form letter they sent out said there was university-approved housing in the community. And University of Oklahoma is in a small college town, Norman, which is not very far from Oklahoma City, the largest city. But Norman is a very special little college town. It's a fishbowl kind of town. And so I wasn't very aware, for someone who had grown up in Alabama and who had been following the struggle for human rights in the country. My mind was just on school. So I arrived that day, and I go to the Dean of Students' office, and I asked the young lady there, I get there late afternoon with my family, and we don't have any place to stay, so I go there, and I asked her if I may have the list of approved housing. So, because I'm going out in the community to find some housing. And she looks at me, sort of funny. And she says, "Excuse me a minute," and she goes back in the back. And she comes back out and says, "Dean, somebody," it was a lady, would talk with me. So she took me in the back and asked me some questions about the family, and but they never would give me the list. Instead, they put me in some housing. Again, that was fortunate in a sense. They put me in what was called the old Navy base that they had on the campus, and they converted that to merit student housing. And so my family and I ended up living there. It was only, and I was very pleased. It was only, just several weeks later, in talking with a black graduate student there in the Department of Biology who was from Georgia, that he explained to me why I had been given the housing. While whites who had put their names on the list to provide housing, and sometimes in their own home, for graduate students, and was on the approved list, while they would rent to blacks from foreign countries, they would not rent to American blacks. I mean, there were a lot of African, not a lot of them, but enough to be very visible, African students, Nigerian and others, living out in approved housing. But the white residents of Norman, an all-white city, I was told that there had been one black family that lived in Norman. And I think today, aside from on the university campus, it's probably still the same. I was back there recently. Did not accept American blacks. Although I went to church at the largest white Baptist there, and they welcomed us and all of that. But they did on housing. In fact, you got 3 or 4 blocks away from the campus, and it was sort of like Alabama again. I mean, the racial segregation was. I had the experience one night while there of going out with with about 3 of my fellow graduate students in the zoology department to a very popular beer tavern that students frequented, just always say. And of course, we always worked late because we taught labs and then we took classes. And then at night, you were there doing your work, either doing your research or setting up your lab work for the next day, classes and things of that sort. So as a graduate student in science, they all will tell you, you stayed at the school all the time. I'd get up early in the morning, jump on my bicycle, pedal from my housing about 2 miles from my department building, and I'd stay there all day. About 5 o'clock, I'd go home, eat dinner, say hi to the family, and in about an hour, get back on my bicycle, back over to the university, and I was there until maybe 10, 11 o'clock. I'd come home. That was just the life of a graduate student in science. One night, we'd finished our work, and 2 or 3 of the guys says, come on, let's go have a beer. Dick, why don't you join us? I said, okay. And so we go to this popular place on the fringe of the campus, and we walk in, and of course it is just crowded with university students milling all around, standing and all the tables. We finally find a table in the corner, and we all each ordered a pitcher of beer because this place is famous for serving beer by the pitcher. And so we all said, bring us a pitcher of beer. Well, the waiter comes back, and he brings everybody a pitcher of beer except me at the table. He hands all of them a pitcher of beer. And so one of the guys said, where is his beer? So the guy looks at him and says, sir, we can't serve you here. Well, we were caught totally unaware. We had forgotten. They had too. I mean, they were more embarrassed than I. And, of course, they had some unkind things to say to the guy and said, come on, let's go. And we got them, went outside, and then they said, they were so embarrassed, these guys were, and they said, well, come on, let's go. And, of course, I said, well, no, I need to go home. And they were pleading with me to please God. I said, no, you guys go on. And I went home. But the next day, I went to one of the professors in the department named Carl Riggs, because he was serving on the city of Norman's city council. And I told him what had happened, and I said to him, I'm going to file a complaint with the Oklahoma City NAACP, and so forth. So he talked with me, called me back the next day, and said, Dick, I've looked into that matter now. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to get back with your friends and go back home. Well, I never did, but obviously what he had done is that somehow somebody had called, I guess, the owner of the place, and they'd said, well, if he comes back in here with these people, we'll serve it. But see, I had forgotten that. It was such a fishbowl. I had had experience like that. I went into Little Dixie, which is the southeastern Oklahoma, on a field trip, and with all graduate students, about a dozen of us, and I was, of course, the only black in the group. There were only 3 black students at graduate studies at zoology at University of Oklahoma when I was there. And we get down one day after working in the field all day, we all tired, and we decided as students with a little money, we'll splurge some. And there's this popular, down in this little town, there's this popular steak place. And so one of the young ladies says, hey, let's just splurge, let's go and let's all have a steak, And so, sure enough, we walk in the restaurant, and everybody's very joyful. We had a good time. We had a good day in the field. And we sat down, and the lady comes over, and I noticed that she whispers to one of the young ladies in the crowd. And the young lady gets up from the table, walks over, and then the young lady comes back and says to the rest of us, hey, we got to go back in the room. Well, here again, I was in what was the most conservative parts of Oklahoma, but I didn't know it. As I said, it was called Little Dixie. And they were rigidly segregated by race in that area. And they would not even, the fact was they didn't even serve blacks in that restaurant, period. But here I am, and so this dear lady who owns the place, she doesn't know what to do, and so she decides she'll put us in a small meeting room. And of course, we all recognize immediately what this is about. And so I said, well, you folk eat. They go, And of course, they pleaded with me, oh, Dick, please. So we all went back and sat and ate. But that was, again, just how sometimes you let your guard down even when though you've grown up in the place. And so I learned a lot of things even there in Oklahoma. I think they all made me stronger, quite frankly.
What about children in school in Oklahoma?
Didn't have any problem. What I was so pleased about, I got to Oklahoma, my kids participated in everything. Placed them in the school right there on the campus. All of the activities, my kids were very active. And you get lulled to sleep because about the racial, if you're not as conscious about racial restrictions once you're getting it. We're there in the university setting. I've forgotten about the history of Oklahoma, even though they still have that. A professor shows me in one of the lecture rooms the area where they roped off. They had built a little thing where they roped off where the black student who was admitted had to sit in that area after first having to sit outside. Mm-hmm. And then the students protested there about the student having to sit outside the classroom. They then brought the student who had been ordered to be admitted by the federal courts to the University of Oklahoma. And then they built an area, that's a little, I don't know how you, alcove that you, in every building where he had a class, and that's where he had to sit. And they still had that, you didn't no longer had to sit there, but they were still in that lecture room. And in the library, he was given a special place in the library, a special place in the cafeteria. And that had not been many years before I came to Oklahoma, but I had just forgotten about that, you know. And people were friendly and all, and the faculty, and I had one faculty member, Dr. Teague, I'll never forget, who told me my first day there that he had, serious questions about whether or not I was going to succeed. Not only because I was black, but because I was from the South. And he said, Southerners just didn't do well in graduate school and all that. Very uplifting talk he gave. But I did well at Oklahoma and became even with my personality, a sort of popular student in graduate school. I was the winner of what they call the Ordenberger Award for one of the top students there. I was the first to join the biological society. I was tapped for that, Sigma Phi. So I got to be a very popular thing. And I was fortunate in that I chose a professor named Harley P. Brown, whom I did not know at the time, was from Mobile, Alabama. And of course, he still comes to Mobile. His family is in Mobile. And he and his wife just took my family and me and had us in their homes regularly for dinner. They'd like to go out on weekends on field trips to collect beetles and other things, and they'd come by and take my wife and the kids and I with them. I mean, we just became a part of that family. And it meant a great deal. I mean, more than I even knew at that time, but it just made me feel a part of something. While things were still sort of an upheaval in the country, in particular back in Birmingham. I mean, so I've been fortunate in a lot of ways over those years. And back to Birmingham in '66.
Was there ever any thought of going someplace other than Birmingham, or did you assume and understand that on completion of your doctorate you would return to Miles College and resume your career there?
I had no commitment to that except my own personal desire. I've never thought of living any place except Alabama. Whenever I left Alabama, I always knew I was coming back to Alabama. I don't know why. I had a good offer down in Florida at Clearwater at the junior college, when the junior college expansion was really underway in Florida. And I had a former teacher, co-worker of mine at Miles College, who had gone there and had encouraged me to apply. And I was accepted as faculty there, and of course the pay was compared with what Miles College was paying. It was just great. But I made the decision not to go there. For some reason, I always came back. I was different. My brother was always anxious to get out of Alabama and not come back. Undergraduate school, he went to Georgia, and that's where he stayed in Georgia, and from there to South Carolina. Came back here and taught 1 year here, and then left. He just never liked staying in Alabama. Me, I always wanted to stay in Alabama. So I still, I just don't see myself ever living anywhere except Alabama. I don't know what it is about it. But anyway, that sort of takes us up, to way up at 66.
66, you come back to Miles College to teach fall of 66, I assume. Full-time teaching at that point in your career?
I came back that summer. I had all these little caveats I've mentioned, but I had never flown, never been on an airplane. I really finished all my work and defended my dissertation at the end of the fall semester. So for all practical purposes, I was finished. But the university offered me a position for a semester teaching at the university, moving from teacher fellow to a special professor teaching. So I taught for a semester. And Lucius Pitts, of course, contacted me and Miles College sent me a ticket to fly me back for an interview, and so I got on the Braniff airline in Oklahoma City, and for the first time I flew. I mean, it's education that continues. Flew back here, and there was a gentleman as acting dean then. I think Randolph Saylor was his name, elderly gentleman who had retired and then had come to my was teaching, and I met with him and Lucius Pitts. And they asked me to come back, and they wanted me to direct the summer school that summer. In fact, that week that I was there for the interview, I wrote up the schedule for the summer classes that summer. And went back and packed my family up and came back and directed the summer school. But I had signed a contract for about $10,000-12,000 in a house to come back as chairman of the science department. So I came back as chairman of the science department, but I directed summer school. And when summer school was over, Lucius then asked me, while I'm serving as chairman of the science department, to act as acting dean, academic dean. So for 3 years, I'm an academic dean at Miles College, and until I leave in 1970 to direct the consortium of 8 black senior colleges in the state of Alabama. It was a consortium that had been formed a couple of years earlier through the initiatives of the Ford Foundation. And I took on that job, and from May of 1970 until 79, when I was elected mayor, I was director of what was incorporated as the Alabama Center for Higher Education, a consortium of initially 8 historically black senior colleges in Alabama. And it was another good experience, additional administrative experience, a lot of fundraising responsibilities, dealing with foundations, and an opportunity to interact with faculties at 8 campuses and to get to know administrators in 8 black campuses here in Alabama. So it was again another good experience.
But you loved teaching so much and had left it.
Yeah, I loved teaching, but I left it. I taught one class at the university somewhere in that period. The university was trying to get, I think was trying to get black faculty on or something, and so it gave me a special thing. I was still in the catalog, I forget what they called it, but I taught one class at the university and that was it. Did no other teaching. But I was so busy during that time, and it was such a good time for black colleges. It was a time that shortly after the so-called Title III program had been put in place for the purpose of strengthening black colleges by giving grants to black colleges. Eventually, it became a program for developing colleges, period, and many today black and white schools are in there. But initially, it was limited to black colleges and provided us a source of funding for black higher education that was badly needed. And we had an opportunity to be somewhat creative. I had a certain niche I had to fill for working for 8 colleges, but I was able to leverage that Title III support and to get a lot of foundation support. So we had sizable grants, multi-year grants from Carnegie, Ford, Kellogg, and my responsibility was I was writing all of those grants, and I was negotiating them, and I was traveling, especially to New York, because I thought all the foundations in the world were in New York. I was going to New York and meeting with people. And eventually became sort of a field worker, even while I served as director for a couple of the foundations. I did field work. I visited the colleges. I became a field officer and evaluator for the Office of Education for all of the black colleges in South Carolina, and did the evaluations there. So these were all very rich experiences. I guess that's why I didn't miss teaching. I was getting into areas and getting to interact with people all over the country, as well as the staff of the U.S. Department of Education. And I was privileged enough to become one of their field workers and one of their evaluators. And that was good. It meant, for one thing, it meant that I could look out for certain schools, and it was good for the center. I got to read and I saw what a lot of developing schools were doing, or programs they were trying to initiate, and that certainly prompted my thinking about programs and how we ought to shape them. And when the Carnegie Foundation asked me to work for them, and then the Lilly Foundation asked me to do some work. So it was always something that's continued to expand my opportunities for learning and meeting people.
So you were there 70 until you were elected mayor in 79. And there was a moment of political initiation at some point during that stage. When did you first have the thought presented to you of becoming involved in politics and public life?
I had never, even in as late as 1970, I had never thought about entering politics. In Birmingham, of course, things had obviously changed politically. The form of government had been changed before I left. They had gone into effect after I left because they were still in litigation up until October, I believe, of that year. We'd gotten a new form of government, a mayor council form of government. Eventually, somewhere like in 68 or 69, when one of the council members passed, the 8 white council members who were left filled a vacancy with Arthur Shore as the first black to serve on the council. And some short time after, I cannot remember whether it was a year later or months later, he ran for re-election and he ran for election and was elected to a term. So Arthur was serving on the city council and had been serving on the, I think like 69 or 70, somewhere like that. I hadn't thought about politics. And because I worked in my office downtown Birmingham, late at night, I was still in that habit. I worked 7, 8, 9 o'clock. Some young men came in one evening, and they were out looking for some candidates to run for mayor and to run for council from the black community. I was impressed because these were young black guys, a guy named Jesse Stewart, and I forget the other two. Their names escape me right now. But just the fact that, they were concerned enough about the community, they were out trying to find what they call some good candidates to run. And they came and asked me, initially asked me to run for mayor, and I said, no, yeah. And then I wanted to know if I'd consider running for the council. And I talked with them and said, yeah, well, why don't you come back tomorrow and we'll talk about it, thinking they wouldn't come back. They came back and made a lot of commitments. And I ended up running, I guess that was 1972. I have to count back.
71. I think.
71, yeah, 8 years back. Yeah, it was 1971. And I ran, made the runoff, and was elected in the runoff at another time of transition in Birmingham. I was elected at the time that David Vann, who was later to become mayor, Angie Proctor, we were considered the new moderates because the Birmingham City Council, with the exception of maybe Nina Medianico, was considered to be a very conservative council. And if you can understand that the fight to get Bull Connor out of office and the issues of race that still raged, you would understand that the council, while trying to move the city forward, had to be very conservative. And people who were elected were, of course, conservative. But in 71, when the three that I've mentioned, 3 of us were elected, it was considered to be a time of transition. Moderates were coming on, replacing some of the conservatives on the city council. And of course, Arthur had been elected, so my being elected was was important, but not a great big issue. I wasn't breaking any new ground. I guess the greatest surprise was David Vann was elected, because David Vann had been working in the community a long time. After he had come back, he had started practicing law, had even run for Congress and all of that, but was considered liberal. I mean, I've read some of the news clippings when David ran for Congress, and I guess he was forced to try to defend segregation and some of the things he said and that. But he was viewed as being liberal, and folks said David Vann could never be elected dog catcher in Birmingham. And here he is. He's elected to the city council with me. And that's how I got to know David. I had met his wife a little bit earlier, who was a reporter for the Birmingham Post, because she had done an interview with me, and they'd done a feature article on me while I was at Mouse College. She did what she called trailblazer interviews, and I was one of the persons she chose to interview. So I had met Leo, but I had not met David. I had heard about him, and so I met him. I met him during the campaign, quite frankly, because he began raising money for the blacks who were running. I mean, he had his own campaign to run. But one night he met me and called me aside, and he called Jesse aside. I know the two of us, and he pulls out his wallet and he gives me maybe $500 to each of us or something like that. And he told us it was the money had come from the owner of Parisians, who, of course, didn't want anybody to know it, but Emil Hess. And Emil had sent the money. Emil was funding the campaign, helping to fund the campaign of the blacks. And so I got to know David from campaigning, and then he sort of, when he was elected and I was on the council, because he was a very bright guy and always trying to do everything and just loved tinkering with politics, and he wanted to tighten every screw and, and redo it. Yeah. And I found him fascinating, quite frankly, because he was very knowledgeable, and we got to be very good friends. And so he became sort of a mentor for me. I don't think he knew he was a mentor, but I began following him and trying to learn my government and my politics from David Vann. And David was an unusual guy. He'd get together and he'd come over to the house and sit down, and we had a pot of greens, and we'd eat greens, and he'd sit there for hours, and we'd talk, and he'd tell you about all the things he thought he ought to do, and so forth and so on. When I was chairman of the Committee on Transportation Communication, I was given the job of writing up all of the work and doing the negotiations for the cable television franchise. Did most of it right over there in my office for the Alabama Center for Higher Education in 2121 building. Worked days, and David would come over there. I don't know how he practiced law. We'd come over there, and for 4 and 5 days a week, we'd sit there and we'd write stuff and what ought to be in the cable franchise, and we'd read, and he'd bring stuff in. He just loved the business, and of course I was following him, and I sort of learned from David. So that was another fortunate break for me to get to know David Vann.
Can you talk more about your first campaign? The council members were at that time elected at large.
Yes.
And in a nonpartisan election, so people were really running almost independent campaigns based upon their name, their community contacts.
Yes.
How did you go about that first campaign? Who supported you? What were the pleasures and disappointments that you encountered? And I guess particularly thinking ahead to your several campaigns as mayor, what was your experience of campaigning in the white community and gaining support within the white community?
Yeah. The strength of my campaign, I think, was the fact that I had worked for Lucius Pitts, and Lucius Pitts knew a lot of people, and even though he had left a year earlier to become president of Payne College in Augusta, the people who knew me, for example, in the business community, knew me as a result of my work at Mouse College, and especially the fact that I had accompanied Lucius Pitts from time to time in earlier days in some of these sessions. So that's how they knew me. And so many of Lucius's friends, like Reed Jemison and people like that, rallied to my campaign, and they were glad to see me run. And Vincent Townsend, who was a power broker of a sort at the Birmingham News at the time, even suggested to me that I get Lucius to send a letter endorsing my candidacy, and that he would arrange to make sure that it was run in the letters to the editor in the Birmingham News, which he did. Lucius wrote a very fine letter. And it was important at that time because I guess I was being seen as somebody who might win. And the FOP and a few of those groups, for some reason, they really didn't know me at that time. I hadn't gotten into my battles about police conduct and policies. But they began circulating stories. I had left Miles. I had been fired at Miles College because I had stolen money from Miles College, and it was just floating around. And it was Vincent Townsend who talked with me about it and suggested that I get Lucius Pitts to write a letter, which he would run prominently in the letters to the editors, and that was very helpful because he wrote a letter, speaking about me and saying I had fine character and all this, and how Birmingham would do well, and that was a big boost. Plus, I think we were at a time, Arthur Shores had been on the council, and Arthur had, not made any enemies as such. He was while he was an outstanding and courageous attorney and civil rights attorney, and had some terrible experiences, having his home bombed on several occasions, and he was a lawyer who took Arthur Ing Lucy to Alabama. He was still a very quiet man who said very little, and even in council meeting, he was never controversial. And I think that helped because there were people in Birmingham. They may not have been residents of the city per se in all instances, but people who were really interested in seeing the city continue to bring blacks in to the arena of leadership. And so my ties to Lucius Pitts and things of that sort helped me to get support. And so in some regards, while I'm sure people talked about race and stuff of that sort, it wasn't widely waged. I ran a campaign. I got some support, mainly from the South Side and white communities. Very little support from the Eastern area, which was very conservative and largely white. And that was to be for quite some time. And of course, I was elected. And I think people generally were pleased. Those who were considered progressive about city, wanted the city to change, were pleased. I think the black community was pleased that another black was on, although some of them had some doubts about me, and because I for them was not militant. I had not been marching, and this had been a city that had been rocked by marches and demonstrations and so forth. And that question was, where was I, and what had I done? And that was basically true. I had only worked behind the scenes, as I said, with Lucius, and many of them didn't even know about that. So they had mixed emotions. They were pleased that another black was on, but as they felt that Arthur was not militant, and neither was I, and therefore the cause of the black community really was not going to get a great boost because neither of us would be very outspoken.
Did you have a specific platform that you ran on that had major items of interest?
Yeah, I ran on, looking back at some of the early materials recently as I've been trying to do some writing on my own. I ran on, number one, promoting Birmingham and what, its image and my commitment to that. And had one or two other items in that. I didn't deal a whole lot with openly with anything about race relations, quite frankly. It was a very general kind of platform that I had with 4 or 5 points.
No mention of police.
No mention of police. No mention of anything controversial other than that I was running, but there were several blacks running then. You know, there were like 7 blacks might have been running at that time. So people were getting at least accustomed to the idea, and the fact that also I was educated, higher education obviously helped. So, but after I was elected, and I began to raise issues on a number of things, but especially on the issue of police policies and the way the police department dealt with the black community. That was a very sensitive chord within the black community. And I was the first elected official to begin to speak out about that and to focus attention on it in many ways, and to, with the help of some other council members, to put in place policies that began changing police conduct. It made me a sworn political enemy of the FOP. That's where they saw me. And but it made me the darling of the black community, because police abuse of black citizens in Birmingham, including shootings, was so rampant that every black understood that. And nobody had, given a platform such as I had as a member of city government, nobody had ever used that platform to really crusade against it. Emory Jackson had done it with his Birmingham World paper and a few other blacks, a few ministers, but nobody who had that stamp of being an elected official had done it. And so I began doing it and keeping records and keeping it before people. And that's quite frankly how I became to be a very popular elected official in Birmingham's black community. When I first got on the council, I remember some fraternity brothers of mine, we had an annual dance. And these were all men who were educated. Some were physicians and doctors of other sorts and all of these things, and teachers. And I remember Clarence Mitchell, the president of the chapter, coming to see me and asking me if I'd go see the police chief. This is when I first got on. Because we were having our Christmas dance. We had an annual dance during the Christmas break. And the dance was always like a 10 to 2, a 9 to 1. And it was so common that if driving at night, the police would stop and harass you. And I remember his coming to see me and asking me if I'd go talk with the police chief and explain what our organization was about, and ask him to ask his police officers not to stop. And I mean, that's how things were back during that time. And of course, we started a long battle there. And as a result, I became very controversial in the eyes of many people. And people were fearful about whether or not my campaign to get rid of police abuse was undermining law and order, and whether I was anti-police. And it's a label I got, and I never got rid of it, frankly, in the eyesight of many people. But it's one of the real contributions I feel I made to the city of Birmingham, is that we changed policies. We got it took over the years. I started when I was a council member and went on during my years as mayor. But we changed the policies totally. We professionalized the police department that wasn't very professional. And I think we got rid of rampant police abuse in the city. And we're a much better city for it. But that was one of the things I did when I first got on the council. And of course, the newspapers, they like to write stories. So I was a news story for them. And not only the fact that I was a black council member, but here was about somebody talking to the police. So I'm in constant conflict with the FOP about police actions, and sometimes with Mayor George Siebels. And I'm keeping records and files and pictures on people who have been arrested and beaten by police officers. And of course, that was juicy stuff for the newspapers. And so I got a lot of play there in the newspaper. Those were always good stories. And I think in the final analysis, it all worked out well. I just think some people in this town of my generation and so forth, who are still around, have never forgotten that and can never quite see me as being anything except somewhat controversial, because I fought for, I started out with police, and then by the time I was mayor, I've got a bigger responsibility, and I'm working for inclusiveness in government and trying to open doors for blacks and women and promotions and all those things I got into along the way. And I'm in and out of court in those battles, so it helps shape the perception that people had of, who Richard Arrington was and what he was like. But it worked out well.
The first term as council member would really redefine, it seems to me, your working relationships with the broader community, including white business community and others, because I assume even at the Alabama Center for Higher Education, you were still functioning primarily within the black community and with people out of town who were concerned about educational issues. Did your network of contacts with the white community expand significantly during that first term as council member?
Yes, it did. First of all, the campaign began to open up access to the white community. Around 1970 was about time that white groups started inviting some black candidates in. They had not had a lot of black candidates running for office. I mean, there had been a few people. Chris McNair had run for the legislature unsuccessfully. Jim Montgomery had run for the legislature unsuccessfully. Lucius Pitts had run. But they had very few. But by, in the early 70s, about 71, more blacks get in. And when they held neighborhood forums, some of us were invited. In my first campaign, a lot of places we were not invited. Particularly a lot of places in the white community who were not invited. But by the second time I ran, because we had then gotten neighborhood associations and all of that, it was really open up and invited to every place. But in my first term, I expanded contacts. I got to know people. I got to understand some issues like zoning issues and the importance. That was a hot issue at that time. I got to know people like Dodie Rosen, who was working to reach out to the black community to build some bridges, and was using things like zoning issues, the common interest that single-family areas, whether they were black or white, had in protecting single-family housing. She was smart enough to use that to bring people together, and I got to know people like Dodie Rosen and folk like that. It opened up opportunities for me to know a lot of people I never would have known. And so at the end of my 4 years, while some people were predicting there was no way for me to be reelected, and a columnist of 2 in the local papers, because I had been too controversial, particularly on the police issue. And of course, when I was reelected, somewhat with ease, I think even I was surprised. But and running citywide and got a good vote and was easily reelected to the council, which was again an indication of how, when you look at it, gauging how things are changing, how people were changing. Here I was a young council member who had been somewhat controversial. But I had worked on transportation. I had been given the responsibility of a committee chairman of getting a transit authority under government. I'm making the transition from privately owned to publicly owned. Was working with Tom Glua, who was in the legislature, helping to get the bill through that allowed us to set up a transit authority. And as I said, I was working on the cable television. I worked on a lot of things. But the thing that got media attention was, of course, those things that tend to be somewhat controversial. And that was the police issue. And in a time where police were very, very powerful. I mean, you got to remember, this is coming off of the Connor era, where Connor, as police commissioner, was the most powerful politician. And as a result, it has spawned a fraternal order of police that was very, very, very powerful in this city. And here I come, and probably didn't fully understand it and would not have analyzed it, even to the extent I analyze it now at that time. But here I come, and I take on what is essentially one of the strongest political groups in this town, and that's the police department, which is in fact the spokesman and the group that speaks for it is really the Fraternal Order of Police. And we worked through all of that. So by the second term, I wasn't really, I wasn't seen as any more controversial than I had the early days of the police thing. I had continued to push that. But I had decided that was enough of that. I had enjoyed it. It was part-time work. I had learned, I thought, quite a bit about government and how it works, but I was going to leave. And Rachel and I had talked about it, and I was not going to run for re-election.
Was there any thought on your part of perhaps running for mayor in 1975 at the end of your first term?
None at all. None at all. Never thought about it. Once we made the decision that I would not run again, would have had 8 years of it done. I'd never thought about running for mayor. In fact, we took off on a vacation somewhere, Rachel and I did, and that's when the Bonita Carter thing flared up. And there's that story about how I ended up running for mayor. But no, prior to that, I never thought about it. It had been mentioned to me once, and that was when the guys had come to see me the first time in '71. Said they were looking for somebody who would run for mayor, and I thought, I almost laughed in their faces. And then they said, well, what about running for council? And that's why I ended up running for the council. But no, I had not. And it was forced up on me, quite frankly. I had not thought about it until this incident came out. Again, police, black community, tensions. The death of Bonita Carter. David Vann trying to walk the tightrope between the black community and white community and supporting the police, and the resulting flare-up in the black community over David's failure to fire the police officer rather than what he did, and rather than fire him, he disciplined him by giving him desk duty and what have you, which led black leadership, largely black preachers, but a few others, to become very disenchanted with David. And I also think that in announcing it, David handled it poorly. When everything sort of worked against him at that time, I would tell you. This is a hot issue. It's caused some small rioting out there in Kingston and all of that. And David is trying to run through this thicket of problems and how best to handle it. And so he appoints this committee, which is the first time we'd ever had that. He appoints this Special Citizens Committee. And I don't know what David had in mind. I assume he hoped that the committee would be helpful. But the committee comes back about unanimous with one person abstaining and says the police officers were wrong, had acted improperly. Now, that paints him more into a corner. And with the committee's report out there now, the leadership of the black community becomes more militant about it. We got to fire this guy. And of course, Van is knowing, I can't fire the guy. I don't have the grounds to fire the guy. And so, he's maneuvering. And so when he finally decides what to do, and that is to give desk due, then he comes up with his rationale for that. And David apparently had thought it through and planned it out. So he drew up his public statement on it, and he invited members of a black leadership committee to his office that morning that he was going to make the announcement. Like they came in, I don't know, they came in like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, somewhere around that time. And of course, they engaged David in a heated discussion in the office. They disagreed with his decision not to fire the officer. And it reached a point where it was just totally unproductive. And David said, well, I've got a news conference. He had already set his news conference to make public announcement about what he planned to do in the case. And so they began pleading with him not to go out. I was telling I was saying a little about the van situation, but you raised the question about my leaving Miles College. What happened at Miles College was that there was a search for a new president. And John Monroe, who had come to Miles from Harvard some years earlier, led an effort to get me back as president, and apparently had spoken with the bishop, who was chairman of the board.
Had you left at this time?
Yeah, I had left.
So that you left prior to the search?
Right. I had left and I had left in May of 70. And I think Lucius left shortly after that. So when they began the search, I was, John Monroe and some other members formed the faculty committee. They talked with me about my willingness to accept the presidency, and I said yes, but I didn't think the college would would select someone who was not a CME, not a member of the Christian Methodist Episcopal Church. And of course, I'm a Primitive Baptist. They went to the bishop, and the bishop, I'm told, assured them that they would consider somebody outside of that denomination. And so the faculty was strongly behind me as a presidential candidate. And so I got in, I submitted my name as a candidate for the presidency. In the final analysis, and I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but having seen the church politics and seen board meetings and knowing that the board is dominated by the CME ministers and so forth, and that the bishop, being a very strong individual, is yet still politically has to be sensitive to what his ministers and members want. I just kind of felt that they weren't ready to make a break with having a non-CME as president. And so they ended up selecting Dr. Clyde Williams as president. And that was that was fine. I don't know what I said about it, but my recollection is that when that happened, I was still at probably still at the college. I can't remember. I was still at the college when Clyde was selected, because I met Clyde on his first visit after he had been appointed, but he hadn't yet come to the college. And he talked with me, and he expressed some concern about my loyalty to...
You were dean at the college at this time.
Yes, about my loyalty to his administration. And I assured him that I was, but I think he was concerned that since I had been in a competition to be president, that I would have been so disappointed that I probably would have created problems for him, maybe with the faculty. And he probably knew that the faculty had been lobbying on my behalf. But I assured him that I would work well with him. I even wrote him a letter to that effect after he left. But he never seemed really assured. I don't not remember whether it was by letter or by phone that the same issues were raised. And I just thought it was better for me to leave the college at the time, because I didn't really want him thinking that if I ever differed with him, it was because of what had happened in the selection of a president. And also, the center was looking for somebody at that time, executive director. So that's why I decided to leave.
But in retrospect, had you been offered the presidency, you were prepared to accept it.
Yes.
Along about 1970.
Yeah.
And had that happened, I would assume that had a group of young men come calling on you to run for city council, you might not have been able to agree to their request.
I would not have been as president of the college. I certainly wouldn't have been able to do it. But that's what happened there, and that's how I ended up in politics. And I was telling this story about David and his experience of that morning, and he walks out of the. I'm in the office there with him, and he walks out of the office with these ministers walking behind him, him pleading for him not to go out there. Let's talk about it some more. And of course, he walks out and goes out and he gives a statement. Well, of course, they are very angry, and that leads them eventually to calling me to a meeting and talking with me about running and so forth. And that's how I ended up with this, sort of semi-draft, you call it, running for mayor.
Could we talk a little about the second term? Your second term as a council member was 1975 to 1979.
Yes.
David Vann was mayor during that period of time.
Yes.
You mentioned that your first meeting with David had occurred during the 1971 campaign when he had forwarded some campaign funds to you. You had not met him during the period in '63 when he was very much involved with the negotiations between black and white leaders.
No, I knew he was involved. I heard his name, but I was never in any of those meetings. At those high-level meetings when they were having meetings like with at the Drews and with even King, I wasn't even here. You know, I left here in August of '63, so I don't. Anyway, I was never in a meeting with David at that time.
Could you reflect on your service with him as a council member? Did the two of you emerge as political allies in some of the important issues that the city confronted between '75 and '79?
Yes, I think very much so. I think David had a strong following with 5 or 6 council members who supported his program and saw things much as he did in a political sense. I was one of those. Eventually, Herring was to come on as David Herring as one of them. Nina was still on the council. Arthur was on the council. So David had, during his time as council member anyway, had carved out the niche as a sort of political leader of the group. He spent much of his time at City Hall even when he was a city council member. He reworked most of George Sebas's budgets and restructured departments, which the council has the authority to do. Got rid of an arrangement where Cletus Broyles was the director of public works over a number of departments. The council at budget time reorganized the department, and David was a leader in these and many other efforts. And looking back, it was remarkable that George Sebas saw that David had those votes, and he really didn't. I mean, he fought for it, but once he lost, he didn't try to fight. We had to override his veto on only 1 or 2 things. David redefined what, for example, the finance chairman was. In the minds of many people who follow city government, it got to be the strongest committee chairmanship there was. But before David was chairman of the finance committee, it wasn't. Right? strong of a position, quite frankly. But David made it that kind of position because David was so involved in policy. He loved it so much in the city stuff. He tinkered with it. He reworked it. And he had a following there, so he was able to get things done, even down to the neighborhood associations we have today. This is called Citizen Participation Program. I think a lot of people have forgotten that Sebus is opposed the proposal the first time around. In fact, I don't know if he vetoed it or whether he had listened to Cochran and a few. He had enough votes anyway to turn it down. I think we lost it. Van proposed a structure such as we have now. Sebus wanted something much more conservative. Didn't want to do as much power sharing with the people. That concept of the people being very much involved in the government through citizen participation. Sebus wanted less of that. He understood citizen participation, but he wanted less of it. And initially fought off the effort. It was the second time the matter came before the council came back for a vote that we had mustered enough votes to pass that program. But Van was clearly perhaps the leader and the most effective elected official there in City Hall during that time. And of course he ends up running against George Sebus at the end of Van's first term. And Sebus's first term as mayor, second term as mayor, he ends up running against Sebus. And Van beats Sebus by less than 2,000 votes. I don't remember, 1,100 or 1,200. I think I still have a copy of Sebus's letter that he wrote somebody after that. He lost. He was just crushed. But he always blamed me for his loss to David Van. Because Tony Harrison and I, Tony was a young black legislator here in Birmingham. Tony Harrison and I worked at the black community through neighborhood meetings, on talk shows and radio and all for David Van. And we succeeded in pulling away from Sebus a sizable black vote. By this time, blacks really become a major factor, political factor in Birmingham. Many more blacks now, the Civil Rights, Voting Rights Act has passed, and many voters on roll now. By that time, 40% or slightly more of the people on the voting rolls in the city of Birmingham are black. And they loved George Sebus. Sebus was the first mayor who had really gone out into the black community and started attending functions in the black community. He'd go to black churches and all. And blacks just had never seen that. After all, you just one or two people were removed from Bull Connor. You get Connor, and then you move around and you get Albert Boutwell when they get the new government. And Boutwell, of course, was very conservative. And then comes Sebus after that. And Sebus was astute enough to see the growing political empowerment of blacks, and maybe for his other interests to involve people, but he didn't mind going out to black functions. Now, a few years before that, you couldn't have done that. In fact, that was one of the issues that they would use against a candidate who got into a runoff, was who got the black vote. If you got the black vote, you were defeated in the runoff. They called it putting the black hand on candidates. Mm-hmm. But now the Voting Rights Act has changed that, because now blacks can freely register to vote, and they have a large part of the population and an expanding number of them on the voters' roll. So Sebus obviously knew this, and he goes out, and blacks, of course, are thrilled that the mayor of the city comes to black functions. He comes to black churches. And so they vote for Sebus, and the second time he runs, they vote for him again. He had a strong black vote. He had a real hold on the black vote. And we knew that the only way that David Van could defeat Sebus was we had to get the black vote away from Sebus and deliver it somehow to David Van. And it was not an easy job. I mean, Tony and I really worked hard. We went to see civic association leaders, neighborhood leaders, and we talked with those people, and these people were very, very sincere about it. I can remember some of them just asking me, they wanted to support me because I was asking them, and I was, as I told you, sort of popular then as a council member. And many of them had started viewing me as their voice down at City Hall by that time. I had been doing things like not only the police thing, but reporting to the black community on a radio thing every week about City Hall, all this kind of thing. And so now their perception of me is that I'm their council member, so to speak, even though I run at large, but I'm their council member, I'm their voice. And I built some bonds with them. And so now I go to them and ask them to support Van. And some of them, I remember, were very troubled by it. And they would say, I want to do what you want me to do, but are you sure that's right? Are you sure this thing to do it? But we succeeded. We pulled about 80-something% of the black vote for David Van. And I don't think George Siebels ever thought that would happen. And that's how David won office as mayor. And as I said, George Siebels never forgot it. I think he went to his grave still smarting over that. But I worked with David as that time he was mayor. I think I supported every initiative David pushed as mayor. My relationship with him was really a very close one, and we really never had a real disagreement. I mean, we disagreed on some things. I was still pushing affirmative action kinds of things. This was before affirmative action was a big deal. Policy-wise, I was pushing policies. David always got in there. I mean, he was smart enough not to openly oppose it. What he would do, he would sort of co-opt you by getting in there, working with you, and shaping it the way he wanted it. He thought it would work. If he thought it was too radical over it. And the mere fact that he kept the dialogue with you all the time. Even on issues like, I stayed on the police. I stayed on initially on Parsons when Siebels was there. I got along fairly well with Siebels. Then Bill Myers comes in, and all that. But even with the disagreements about police policies sometimes, Van was politically astute enough, and he also really had a genuine sense of fairness. He wanted to include folk. He was always sort of aware that we could go too fast, and some people wouldn't accept it. But David was always, by most of the white standards anyway, going too fast and ahead of folk. So I found it easy to work with him. And if I were trying to put some ordinance on, develop some new policy, or even handling a complaint about a citizen who said that he or someone in the family or something had been abused by the police, Van never posed himself, positioned himself as opponent. He always got in and sort of worked with you, and that way he cleverly kept control of it. So I worked closely with David, and I was really sort of troubled when I decided to run against David. I liked him a whole lot, and I was being pushed by him. And then what a lot of people don't know is Dodie Rosen was also a major factor, and once she learned I was going to run, she was pushing me. She had supported David, but she had become disenchanted with David because she said he didn't communicate well with the people and all, and didn't have the access. And she suggested to me when I got into the campaign that I make a part of my platform the matter of accessibility to the mayor, because people were complaining that David was not very accessible, particularly some of the most liberal white voters who had supported him. And that's what they were saying about it. What I think was happening, quite frankly, is that David was so busy working the nuts and bolts of everything politics. He just loved it. I remember Larry Lavender saying to me once, I don't care how well you put something together for Mayor Van, he's going to do something and he doesn't do anything but cross another T or dot another I.
Now, Larry was then David's executive secretary.
Yeah. I mean, I remember he was telling me that. But David loved to do that. He just, I don't care. I mean, you could get all the wise men in the world to work something up, and you give it to David. He's going to sit there and he's going to go through it and say it's good, but and he was going to change something. I mean, and I think he got so involved in that he didn't have a lot of time. I mean, the mayor's office is very demanding anyway in time. You never get a mayor who people think. You rarely get one. There are a few of them. There are the Joe Riley's and a few others who people love and say are always accessible and always out with the people and all. But you rarely get a mayor who, after the first term, people think she's a very accessible. You can see the mayor. Most always, they start complaining after a while. How can you get in to see the mayor? So David is very busy working, is what I'm thinking. He's working. He wants to work on everything. He's putting a lot of things in places, but he's not implementing a lot. He's stacking up money, for example, which was a real advantage to me. He comes up with all these great ideas. He puts the money in place, but he never gets around to getting the program going. And so when I come in as mayor, David has got a lot of things in place, which, it's like for me, push the button and let it go, that he had put in place. A lot of money stacked up there and unspent for projects. And I just think it's because he was just always, he was creative, and he was always trying to put something together. And it was good to this point, but maybe he ought to rework it and do it. And I think, I had David's, I forget the guy's name, but his former law partner.
John Carlton?
No, not John. It's the other guy.
Stickway?
Yeah, who first started practicing law with David. He said to me, David's a wonderful guy, he said. He said, but I will tell you, David, he seeks to be a perfectionist, what he did. He says, David will get an important lawsuit for you, and he'll win it, have it won for millions of dollars, and he'll come back inside, he's got to tinker with one, two other things, and he'll lose it. He says, have him several times. And that's just the way David was. I mean, the longer you let him work on something, the more he's going to fix it. He's going to fine-tune it, fine-tune it. And while it's good in a way, I think he got so involved that he lost some of his strong liberal white support. When I ended up running against him, and the white vote was fragmented because John Catapotis is in there, and Frank Parsons is in there, and somebody else. So you got 3 or 4 strong, whites running. And while we got, maybe it was 3, and we got 4 blacks running. But, Larry Langford was expected to be as strong, but he wasn't. He didn't hold well at all in the black community. But, so David, the white vote gets so fragmented, and David ends up with 16% of it, something like that. And he's edged out, even out of the runoff. I always wondered what would have happened in the runoff. David had in the runoff. Here I am polling with a big black vote, polling 40-some% of the vote that gets me into the runoff, and Parsons is 16 points, some like 17% close, and David is 16, and John is right below David. And I think John came in right behind David, but I always wonder what would have happened if David had gotten into the runoff with me. But he was out, and of course, and he ends up. Shortly thereafter, a week later, he decides to endorse me. He comes out publicly to endorse me.
Two questions before we move into your campaign and first term. Prior then to the Bonita Carter tragedy in the summer of '79, your plan was to finish your second term as council member, leave politics, return to, I assume, a full-time career somewhere in higher education.
Yes.
David's assumption, I would imagine, was that he would seek a second term and that you would support him, which I
assume that was his assumption. Mm-hmm. He certainly would have had no reason to assume otherwise.
Mm-hmm. But there was never any thought that when his tenure as mayor concluded, you would be his logical successor.
Yeah.
That was not something that had occurred to you or had occurred to him.
Certainly, it never occurred to me, and it was never discussed with me. And I don't know what David ever thought about how long he would even serve as mayor, but because I didn't have any real interest, in being mayor, and I enjoyed, and I think I had said to some people, I enjoyed my time on the council. It had been a great learning experience for me in many ways, but I never wanted to do it full time. I said I never wanted to be a full-time politician. It's fun being part-time politician. Coming over for committee meetings and attending city council meetings and then going on doing other things you want to do. But I never wanted to do it full time, and that was the way I truly felt about it. I did not really want to do it. And so I don't think up until maybe a week before I formally announced, because the rumor was out there then. I remember Scotty Green coming down to the church when I announced, because he said he had to come down there because he had to see this himself. He couldn't believe I was going to run against David. I remember he said that to me that day. He was there in the crowd. But up until about a week before that, I don't even think David had an idea that I was going to run. I mean, he was caught up and embroiled in all this debate that was still going on, and the preachers marching, and they do this march downtown and saying David Van's got to go, and I'm standing there on the court, on the City Hall, 19th Street portico there with David Van, where they had set up the microphones for the ministers to speak. And when they turned the corner there onto 19th Street off of 7th Avenue, 6th or 7th Avenue, whichever, 6th Avenue it was, David walks off and goes and meets them. And of course they're shouting, the Van's got to go, and he meets them about halfway the block the City Hall there on 19th Street, shakes their hand and joins them and marches with them there, And they get up and then, of course, they talk about him and, they make all the speeches and so forth. And even at that time, I hadn't, even at that point, had crossed my mind that I was going to be running at all. So it happened, sort of suddenly.
Did you tell David prior to the time you made your announcement that you were going to run against him?
I really don't believe I did, but I don't know. I don't know. It was like being swept along in something that, at the time, I sort of preferred would not have happened, frankly. Mm-hmm. But what they were saying to me was that it was time for me to run. And the thing the ministers were saying, we've been standing with you, all the way. Because they were talking about all the fights, the police thing and all of that. And we back you and this, that, and the other. And you the person and so forth. And so I can't say they did a lot of arm twisting. It went really, really fast. I mean, it's in a short period of time. So I agreed, okay, I'll run. And then I had called my wife, and then I had to write up something for a news conference they had called for later that day. So it went fast. But, even in the campaign, David and I got along well. I took a few pot shots at David by saying, I was going to be a very accessible mayor. And I had 2 or 3 pointers, and Dodie Rolison had given them to me and asked me to push those points. And she was my single largest contributor in my campaign the first time around. Because when I ran for mayor, I didn't raise any money. I raised $19,000 in that campaign the first time. And most of it was taken up at black churches, quite frankly. And Dodie Rosen gave me $1,000 or $500, I forgot which, but she was, and her, her name, she allowed her name to be put out there. And that was my largest contribution by far. Now, when I got to the runoff, after I got 40-some% of the vote and handwriting was on the wall, Goodrich and some of the corporate community came in and gave me some money. So in the runoff, I was able to raise about $30-some thousand, whereas I had raised only 19 the first time. But what I had going for me was a solidified and mobilized black vote, opposed to David having lost his black base and really got a fragmented white vote out there that splits and goes in three different directions. And as time passed, the black community developed a sort of a fervent belief that we could win. When it first started off, I think there was a lot of doubt. I'll never forget that Dr. A.G. Gaston and Vincent Townsend summoned me to a meeting in Dr. Gaston's office one morning, shortly after I had formally announced that I was running. And Dr. Gaston lectured me there with Townsend and said black couldn't win and I had made a big mistake and so forth. And he ended there. And Townsend said to me, look, one day, there's going to be a time for a black's time will come or something of that substance. And, we will support you at that time. But, now is not the time and so forth. And that conversation ended with Gaston asking me, almost instructing me. He said, Richard, what I want you to do, I want you to go out of here now and tell people you change your mind and that you're going to support David Bay. That's what he said to me as I was leaving. And I said something like, well, Doctor, I'll have to think about it. I knew I wasn't going to change. And I left. I did talk with some of the ministers, Jared and Woors and a bunch of them about the meeting, and they said, well, we're going to go on anyway. We win without Dr. Gaston. They were fired up, and they kept holding my arm, up, pushing me along. So so I ended up with this mobilized vote because, as I said, as time went on, blacks started thinking, maybe we're going to win. Maybe he's going to win. And they come in and they start volunteering and just got to find something for them to do. And they all fired up. And they turn out this 60-some% vote of blacks. So that what was the first time out? People say the primary. And whites were not that fired up. They were divided. And though there was a slight white majority on the voting roll, I don't know whether in reality there was, but on the voting rolls, 55% of the people on the voting roll were still white and about 45% black. Whites were not really that fired up as obviously as the blacks were. So now here, when it hits and I got 40-some% vote, almost 44% of the vote, and I go into a runoff with Frank Parsons, who was a political novice, I think. I don't know what all Frank had been doing. He said he had been running some other campaigns, but he had never run as far as I know. I think it shook things up, but it reverberated, though, that in the black community, it really fired the black community up. Gosh, he was candidate 40-some% of the vote, as far ahead. Oh, we can win. Now the black community is truly fired up. The white community, I think it sends tremors of fear through the community and the corporate community also. And some of the people in the corporate community began an effort to organize to get a strong white turnout, and they did. Because that white vote shot up to about 60-some%. Which was a strong turnout. Now, the black vote the first time was 67%. But in the runoff, blacks were so fired up that in the runoff, I get 73% of black turnout, which I think is probably still the record of turnout in the city of black voters percentage-wise. And I'm able to get some crossover, racial crossover, some white votes, and Frank it gets less than 1% of the black vote. And so I end up winning by 2,000 or so votes over there. And it was still somewhat difficult. The night we were waiting for the results to come in at the old Parliament House, where I was headquartered for the victory rally that night, David came came early. By the time my family arrived there, my dad, mom, and all, David came, and he was in there with us. And it was still sort of a choking experience that I had, David, my friend, and I had defeated him. And I remember Richard Friedman was there interviewing us. And of course, he writes, and he wrote in his article, that about sort of like choking up when he was interviewing me, because I felt that way. I mean, I was pleased I had won, but I was sad seeing that David had lost. I mean, I really was. But yet, he was a guy who had come out, was supporting me, and was there, and doing things David had always done. He was always putting the city first, and that's what he was still doing. So it was something to remember. It was an interesting night when I was elected. My supporters tore the Parliament House out. They'd be on me, be on my campaign. They had to stop people from. They eventually closed it down. The fire inspectors came and wouldn't let anybody else come in the hotel. It was interesting. I mean, it was really on a cloud. It was an exciting night. I came down and the place was just jammed, and I came down from the top floor suite, and we had to work our way through the crowd to get up to the stage. And folks were shouting. Car horns were honking all over the place and all. And the president, just as I'm about to go down to greet the folk, the phone rings, and it's President Carter, and he said something. And so it was a very historic time, and I still remember it. And looking back at news clippings and stories, it just brings back those memories of that particular evening.
You mentioned that your total campaign costs in 1979 were, between the two races, right around $50,000.
Yeah.
Earlier, you had said that Emil Hess had conveyed some campaign money to you in a council race.
Yeah.
Was there any business support financially in your first election for mayor?
In the runoff, there was. And Emil gave me some money, but Henry Goodrich sort of put the corporate community sort of channeled his money through Henry Goodrich, who brought it to me, and or either sent people, and that's how I got the $30-some thousand.
Did any members of the corporate community sit down and talk with you about their hopes and expectations for the city and attempt to gauge you as a candidate?
Not at that time. They didn't. The only exposure I got would have been through news media, interviews, and at forums where we spoke, and that the time for that was sort of limited to what candidates could say. And even into the runoff, it went the same way. But once I was elected, interestingly, not the first person, but the person to invite me to come to a meeting with the business community for a dinner which he was host was Tom Bradford, of all people. Mm-hmm. I'll never forget that. I had short-lived experience with Tom. He was at the time on the park board, and considered to be one of the most, he was an ultra-conservative businessman, quite frankly. But I don't know whether he called me or I called him, but I ended up going to his office over there on First Avenue and sitting and talking with him. And he called me at some point and offered to host a dinner and invite the corporate community in. And that was my first meeting one evening. And that was a very interesting meeting. Some rather frank talk went on that night about race and all of that. I remember Houston Blunt explaining to me why, downtown was going to be such a challenge, and in fact about, white behavior once the downtown got to be more than a certain percentage black. And it was a good meeting. But some of those, Joe Farley was around at that time. He was shortly thereafter he stepped down. and Elmer Harris came in, but Joe Farley was around, and Joe wasn't very active, but he was sort of liberal among the corporate people, and I had in the runoff spoken to me a couple of times, but nothing in any great detail. So we eventually, slowly the support in the corporate community built. There were some people, obviously, who never, even after through 20 years, ever came around. I mean, I had talks with people like Hall Thompson, but obviously never got any kind of support from Hall, but got support from Judy, and the last time I got support from his son, who now runs that business. And I never got any support from Harvard, although the next to last time I ran, Raymond Harvard, who was then the CEO, had succeeded his dad, did a fundraiser for me up at the Summit Club. So there were interesting things like that. Elton B. Stevens, I never got him to do anything. Never would get him to come to a meeting. He just totally refused. He tried to talk to me once about some things he thought ought to be done, and I asked him if he'd lead the effort to do it, and of course he would not. So I never dented Elton B. Stevens or that family at all in any way. But over the years, we got a good nucleus of corporate folk, and they began helping. And Elmer Harris came along, and he was more active in reaching out. And of course, eventually, Neil came in, and he started using his influence to pull them around. But the interesting thing was, Bonnie, what's Bonnie's name? Was a lawyer. Was the head of, he was Henry's, he preceded Henry as head of, he once was a Vulcan material man, but he was very respected.
Monahan?
About the end of my third year, time when people talking about election again, he calls me. And he says, some of us want to meet with you. And I said, fine, and he wanted to know if I would come over to what is the AmSouth Bank Tower. I walked over there that day. They really had it in the meeting in the Southern Natural Gas office complex up there. And I walked up that day, and that was just about every big mule in the corporate community there. Few exceptions. But, I mean, who's who in Birmingham was there. And they came, and Barney spoke, and their offer was to support me. They wanted me to run again for mayor. I mean, I don't know what all that going into their discussions, but I assumed I just assumed that they had concluded the next mayor is going to be black. No, I mean, things have changed. And we've had almost 4 years with this guy, and, that is some hope for him. So let's strengthen him and make sure we keep him in office rather than having some other black with whom we have not dealt and don't know as well. Yeah. And so they made a great talk to him. I didn't have anything to worry about money, and if I would run again, they even kidded me and said that we'll even get out and pass out leaflets for you. I mean, all of this kind of thing. And they did. They raised the money for me and all. And, some of them, John Woods, some of these guys got to be people I could go to. Here and there, I had a falling out with just most of them on one point or another at one time or another. But I thought overall my relationship with the corporate community was good. I think once the corporate community saw the fact that there's going to be a black mayor here, because there's a black majority now here in this city, they decided, well, we're going to support most of them decided, we're going to support Arrington. And most of them did, even when they was, still running White Hopes for mayor, but they knew we wasn't going to win. I mean, mostly corporate folk were still giving me the support.
Aside from the issue of Benita Carter and police, what were the topics or issues in your 1979 campaign for mayor that represented your platform and the points that distinguished you from Frank Parsons or the other candidates?
Well, in runoff, of course, I tried to talk my experience, which Frank had none of that kind of experience, and I tried to speak of that as advantage. But I also set other goals of city image was one of the things I had talked about in the campaign. Management was another thing because of encouragement from folk like Dodie Rose, and I talked about management style a lot and what my management style was going to be and issues of that sort. I did have to address, of course, the whole matter of how I was going to get along with the police department, because that was still really a concern of people. And initially, I don't think anybody thought I was going to win anyway, until the primary. And then I think it really dawned on people. And some people, I think, felt that if there was going to be the most disastrous area would probably be that this guy is not going to get along with the police. Police don't like him, and that's going to be bad for us. And I think that was it. But I had not really dealt that much with the issue. I had to answer questions about it because they had asked, questions were asked about it. And then the FOP also, however, sensed in that campaign that maybe more than other folk did, that a black might be elected. And that's why they got Larry. And when Larry was in it, and they threw that support behind Larry Langford for whatever reason. I don't know what their political strategy was, whether it was to fragment the vote or whatever, but they did. It just didn't, it just didn't work. But we just talked, and I talked some about, economic development, but I've talked particularly about changing city image and the management style and things of that sort. That's what I talked about in '79. Time went by, and subsequent elections, we learned a little bit more, and we talked to put together a better, platform, more inclusive platform.
So you walk in as mayor in the fall of '79. What was you knew City Hall people, but here you are as mayor. What was your own sense and feeling as you began that experience, and what kind of reception did you get from people already in city government?
Well, my feeling was one of a lot of uncertainty, to tell you the truth. In fact, I have thought about it since, and I wonder, for somebody who hadn't been in City Hall at all, who's elected mayor, what a real transition and wake-up experience that might be, walking in City Hall and trying to understand. But the fact that I had been there 8 years as a city council member helped me some. Secondly, but I still had, still some uncertainty. But once I won, I was swept up really in this whole media thing because of worldwide media. I spent all my time interviewing, doing TV things. So, everybody, because Birmingham's got a black mayor, that was big, big stuff. So much so that even I started writing my inaugural address the night before the inauguration at home, late that night when I finally got home. I think I had done an interview, a photographer and a reporter from People magazine had come, and they had gone home with me and done some shots of the family and all. A lot of that stuff was what I had in the interim, rather than really having a transition team and all. I'm just doing all this media stuff. And I didn't even finish my speech until I got to the office that morning that I was to speak. The ceremony is set, for, I don't remember the time, maybe 10 o'clock or something. And I still have 2 or 3 paragraphs to write. I finished writing them and give it to the girl to type up. That's how busy it was. But I turned to the people who had been my friends, first of all, particularly Nina and David, who were on the council. And I began talking with them about trying to put together a staff. And it was Nina who had suggested to me that, well, yeah, maybe I should go, take Willie Davis, because he had been over in the council office. He had some experience. And then when we decided, this was before you decided to come on, I think it was where Tom was coming too. David was opposed to that, said I was, taking all experienced staff over that side, but Nina spoke up, and of course, she thought I needed it, and they should just let Tom go on, and so that helped some. We came in. I didn't have, I didn't have a whole lot of experience on putting together the staff in city government, and then I decided that listening to folk, I had to sort of balance the staff, and I'd try to get women in, and I'd try to get blacks on the staff as well as whites and all of that. And then I was able to get you to come aboard, and that's what we worked on. We put together a pretty balanced staff, and we got going. I mean, we staggered out of the open gate, and somehow we regained our balance, and we kept going. And it continued to be a learning experience all the way. For 20 years, it was a learning experience, I will tell you. We learned how to do some things, and we got some breaks. We sometimes had our priorities right on everything we were totally wrong. Sometimes it's just to get the priorities in quite the right order, but I thought we got some things done. Unfortunately, couldn't get some of them done without some debate, and some conflict. After all, it was a time, we came in 79 with an economy in shambles, and we were concerned about that. We didn't have a strong economy, but again, we were fortunate in that certain things were happening. I mean, the university was there, and it was sort of an anchor, and the economy began slowly changing, and the transition into a service type economy began to pick up some steam, and that helped us a whole lot. And here and there, we started having some successes. And I do think we started administering. I do think we put in place a pretty good administration. I think we did some good things administrative-wise. I think we did some good planning. I think the thing is that when we started out and decided we had to start surveying and putting emphasis on retention of existing businesses as well as looking for new ones. I think some of those were little things, but they were turned to be important kinds of things for us. And we began to have some breaks with the economy during that latter part of that term. We still had some issues of conflict, of course. The affirmative action thing was on its way, and then somewhere at the end, early in the second term, I'm dealing with the consent decree and all of that. And all those things were controversial. A fight over minority participation in programs, having a fight with the Associated General Contractors. So it was challenging in that sense. I mean, I think going into government anyway as a chief executive is just challenging in and of itself. But we just had issues. We had things changing. And we were trying to make some social changes. We were trying to build a city government that was more inclusive and trying to bring people in. We out trying to push at the same time to put in minority participation programs, and there was just a whole lot of issues that made it very challenging a time for us. And we get in a fight right away about the police chief, and so that, for many people, was a carryover, the bitter taste that they already had because and the doubts they had about my becoming mayor because of what posture they had seen me take as a council member. And now the first thing I do is get in a fight over selection of police chief. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about rocky start coming out of the gates. And so it was some of the controversy.
When you took office, all of the department heads were protected under civil service. You did not have the opportunity to bring in a team of department heads of your own selection. And so you became head of a bureaucracy that was not necessarily obligated to be very responsive to you. How did that transition early in the first term go with your becoming the chief administrative officer of a very large and complicated bureaucracy?
I think it went fairly well. We had decent cooperation from some of the department heads. I think we inherited the police chief, who basically worked with us, but he was just caught in the middle between a mayor who was trying to make changes and who was not popular with his rank.
His chief, Myers.
That was Bill Myers. And Bill was just torn. I mean, Bill, and I'll have to say, Bill was, as far as I know, loyal to me as mayor. I mean, he really was. But, I was pulling on one side, and he was trying to be a professional and be loyal to the mayor, as he promised me he would be. And, of course, he's got his men who feel betrayed. And so, I think Bill did right. He stood there, and when he just saw he couldn't make it, he resigned. Because he just thought my policies, my style, my goals were things that he couldn't just continue to support, particularly at the place I was trying to go. There was some folk, we had Myron Sasser there, and Myron didn't really give me any problem, but he wasn't very, very active in his support. But the truth is that, I met with a few of them, and then I brought in, the staff, administrative system, executive administration, and that dealt with department heads more. And they met. And I mean, I think things that you were able to do, like meet with them, begin to talk about goals, know what's going on, that constant on hands kind of thing is what kept things moving. I think if we had left it sort of loose, so to speak, and had not been close and hands-on where they had to talk with somebody, what was happening here today, and you folk meeting with them regularly, I think it would have been a different story. But I think that was part of the strength of our administration, was that we come in and we get, we had you and one or two other people who I think our department heads respected, and they had to deal with them every day. And I think, quite frankly, some of them probably find that something that they prefer to having to deal with me on a regular basis, to be very, very frank. But it worked out well for us. I mean, it created a kind of comfort zone for them in a difficult transition period. And we had some early problems. We had Willie Davis questions, and I had some corporate folk who talked to me about that. But quite frankly, Ed, after you became the chief executive, although some of the corporate folk worried about you, they thought we were going to corrupt you down there. But things went fairly well. And one thing that was important, in addition to what you really brought to the job, and terms of your own style and ability, was also that nobody questioned your ability, nobody questioned your integrity, and they felt that they could talk with you. I mean, and I think that it's important to have somebody there, particularly in a time of transition, where a new mayor, and especially in this case, in a town where race has been a great preoccupation with everybody, and you're making a change, it's very important that the white community, and especially the corporate community, has somebody in that office that they have some confidence in, and somebody they can come and complain to if they want to, and feel that they're getting a message to send it all to somebody who has some influence there. I think that was a part of why we were able to get over those humps and move things along. After a while, I don't think that, there were some corporate people who never thought, who was suspicious, some was always, but I don't think we had a lot of questions about whether, this was an administration that was incompetent. I mean, I really don't. And the real secret of that was that you, and then we sort of put other people around, and you brought around, Virginia on, and we had Susan. Now, when you look back at it, we put some good people around there who could do their work, and I think that helped us a lot. And people start having confidence, and especially the business community, started having some confidence in these folk around them. And that helped our administration. One day I'd like to hear what you have to say about all that.
That should go off in just a second.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about it, and I've sort of outlined some things in the manuscript that I'm working on, and I talk about that. I try to get in and to sort of analyze and pick apart, what were the things that made a difference? Mm-hmm. And again, I feel quite frankly that I was just fortunate and lucky in many ways. I've told you that, started by talking my life. The things just happened, and of course I planned them. And I think it was just by luck, I got you. Because I didn't know I had no idea that you would ever come work in government. I mean, I would have talked with you right off. And when I was talking with you about somebody, and I found out you were willing to consider it, but I mean, to me, it was just a lucky thing. It happened.
Lucky for me too.
And so I just sometimes when I think about some of the tough times, but I think about all the breaks I got along the way. They just sort of fell in place somehow, and it worked out well. So that was good. And having you there for what, 8 years?
8 years.
8 years.
Eight fascinating and wonderful
good.
years.
It was good, and thought I was going to get you back. Neil didn't like that. I never told you about that conversation.
Would be difficult to, in a reasonable period of time, cover 20 years as mayor.
Yeah.
But I think there are some areas that we could group questions and thoughts on your part. And I guess one of them would be to return to the topic of police. And you talked about the professionalization of the police department, a long-term process that began during your first term as a counselor. I recall that the issue of the shooting policy was one of the kinds of important police issues that came up early in your tenure as mayor. I wonder if you could speak to that and other things related to policing that reflected your commitment to the professionalization of the department.
Yeah. And here again, I have to give credit to Bill Myers, who was police chief when I became mayor. Because even on issues that were really hot issues, and shooting policy was about as hot an issue as you could get. Because Alabama at that time was still under the state law of fleeing felon, where if an officer, if a felon had been committed and an officer suspected that you might have committed it, under the law, that officer could use deadly force against you. And it was a serious and very much flawed law. Of course, thank goodness, some years after we stepped out and changed the policy, a case got to the Supreme Court where you just couldn't shoot folk for except in some dire circumstance of life-threatening circumstances. But it got to the situation somebody could grab your television out of your house and go running, and the officer wouldn't shoot him if you couldn't catch him. I mean, it changed a lot, and it's had a real impact on the society as a whole. But I took on shooting policy early on because I thought we had to change the policy. That had been the most divisive issue. I mean, not just the policy. I mean, police things in this community. And if it were ever going to come back together or get moving in some unison and some cooperation, we really had to get the police issue under some control where it just didn't always stay out there as a major issue that divided this community. And I think I honestly, some people don't agree, but I honestly think we accomplished that. Even today, I see people saying things crop up about the police here and there, an abuse case, but I know from experience that it is nothing like it used to be. We took on that shooting policy, and my police chief at the time, the one I had inherited, Bill Myers, didn't fight me on it. He worked with me on it. He when I asked him to do the work, to do the surveys, he put his folk to work on it. Now, that was a very unpopular thing for him to do with his people, and especially with the FOP. But he did it. I mean, he did it. And then I called together corporate leaders at some point. I don't think they were at all happy about it, but some of them cooperated. We put together a committee, looked at it, and we came up with a new policy. The police union, the FOP, never was satisfied with it. But just by putting in our own policy, we changed, I think, the behavior without really endangering the lives of police officers. We changed the behavior of a handful of police officers who had been sort of trigger happy, and the records would show they had been. We changed that. I think also the fact that we were going to stand firm on that policy and others. I mean, we implemented policies along the way that we were responsible for. Some before they came in, like the simple one, like if any force has to be used to apprehend an individual, you must take that individual to a hospital for a doctor. I mean, it sounds like it's a little troublesome thing, but I mean, it has a great impact on the behavior of the police department after a while, because you get a medical person, trained individual, who looks at somebody and says what has happened to them or what kind of injuries they had, which is much different than somebody being thrown in jail without getting any medical attention. You also build a record so that if your internal affairs is going to operate, it's got a record to look at. And when the composite impact of all those things, I think, brought about some positive changes, even with the shooting policy. Now, I will tell you, had not if the chief had stood with us, I would have been bedlam. I mean, if he had just gotten out there and said, "This is not going to work," and that's why I still give Bill Myers his due, because he did it. And he remained professional and stood with me on those things. We changed the shooting policy. Myers leaves, after we go through this fight about the police chief, and that wasn't good to come in.
And I think that for those who want to know that story, Jimmy Franklin has done a good job of documenting it in the Back to Birmingham book.
Yeah.
So I think it exists as a carefully recorded story that.
Yeah, I think he has done a good job of telling what happened there. But we go through that, and we come in with a chief who ends up being a very controversial chief from the outside. But that was a product of a process and of the division. and the difference in viewpoints about how it ought to be done, and the feeling on the parts of some influential people in this community that we were moving too fast and so forth, and I think people did the best they knew how to do. I think those who thought, no, we at least got a police chief in here that the police officers respect and won't trample their morale and stuff. I mean, eventually I got to understand all of that. But again, we came through it. We came in with Arthur Dorsch. There were always controversy, but he got some things accomplished. We became one of the few cities a few years ago that got accreditation. I mean, the number has increased. There's still not a lot of accredited police departments in this country under this accrediting association. And we have been accredited and had 2 or 3 reaccreditation visits since. I think our officers have been trained much better. And I think it's because we were forced. I mean, that issue was always front burner and hot. And we were looking for ways to do what we thought was right, but at the same time to give the people the training and support. So I really do think police reform was a major accomplishment of our administration. That police reform took place, not without pain and problems, but it happened in a city where that was really known for a terrible police commissioner and powerful politician, Bull Connor. And so we moved through police reform away from the Connor thing to what I think is a professional department that has some problems now and then, but never any really, really serious problems, relatively speaking. So I chalk that up as one of the things that we accomplished.
Now, related to the police department and all other departments, but certainly it most visibly, or very visibly, was the question of affirmative action and the consent decree. At the time you entered office, the question of discriminatory hiring practices was before the courts.
Yes. There had been maybe a hearing or two, particularly I think on police and fire, not on other departments. That case had been brought to court by the Inslee NAACP in one case, and I believe there was some employee, might have been in Parks or in Rec or somewhere, who also brought a case. But anyway, we moved in the early 80s with the encouragement of President Reagan's Justice Department to settle the case, come up with a consent decree, which was really fashioned by the Justice Department. And it created more problems for us, all the issues that eventually came up about affirmative action. And then somewhere around about that time, shortly before or after, the news media really made reverse discrimination a household word. I never remember reading in one national magazine the first big story I read about the reverse discrimination. And after a while, that got to be a household word, reverse discrimination. And so every time about affirmative action, you had that other side of the issue. I was helped with that. I mean, I kept the same law firm that David had hired to deal with that, and that was Bradley Aran. And we had an attorney who was pretty good working with us and guiding us on that. I was fortunate, and David did this too. David was able to influence the personnel board to let us have a director of personnel. It was Gordon Graham. And Gordon was very helpful in all of that because he had a background in it. And he knew his way around. And I think many times, if we had not had Gordon up there handling these issues and helping us shape the policy, or somebody like that, if we had had the same situation where we could not have had personnel director, we still just had to deal directly with the board there. We would have had a lot of havoc in what we were trying to do.
But it required the consent of the personnel board to have him in
Absolutely.
your office. You did not have the independent authority as mayor.
That's correct. But just to have somebody there who knew personnel and knew how to shape policy and how to personnel management was a plus. And I was pleased it happened. We did good, I thought. We lost the reverse discrimination case, and I have never gotten over that. Frankly, even today, I think one of the little quirks that happen in the judicial system is that is of that nature. I mean, the irony of the fact that in Birmingham and Jefferson County, where blacks were truly excluded and where it was really the policy to exclude them, all the way through the personnel board on down, in a city renowned for its race problems, that Birmingham would end up being a city guilty of reverse discrimination against the firefighters. And the way that went down is something I have never been able to sort of digest. But we got caught in a time when the pendulum was swinging the other way. The days, the new court members, the court becoming more conservative. In fact, the guy who had been in the Attorney General's office as Assistant Attorney General down in Alabama had gotten on the appeals court and was one of the key factors. He wrote the opinion, which I have read about 50 times, and it still doesn't make any sense, in which he concluded that we were guilty of reverse discrimination. I guess for legal people it makes sense. He said we were right to try to do this and right to try to do that, but in doing that we, of course, violated the rights of other people, and I was also always disturbed about it because everything we had done that Sam Pointer had been the judge in the district court who had looked at it, and even in the firefighters case, he had reviewed every promotion heading, and of course he was just overruled in the final analysis on appeal, and so that was a little disappointing because we had a district judge who had said, "Okay, you're doing right." We had not promoted a single firefighter that he hadn't looked at their records and said that was the right thing to do. But anyway, it still had a tremendous impact. I mean, it changed the labor force, made it much more inclusive. We went from a labor force of 12 to 15% black when we came in, and when we left, we got about half of the labor force was black. We went from a labor force that had one black department head, and I guess during our time in office, we must have hired about 14 of them, and we ended up with about 12 of them when we left. We didn't open it up as fast for women, but we made a difference there. For example, in the police department, I think they might have had one, and may have been 2 women sergeants when I became mayor. And when we left, women were moving all the way up to certainly deputy chief. We didn't have one chief yet, but deputy chief. We had gotten a few women in the fire department. That was been a tough nut to crack. But women were largely in clerical positions back in 1970 and 1980 in Birmingham. And we changed a lot of that. A lot of women were promoted in all of the departments. We didn't do as well as we might have done about women department heads, but we did get 2 or 3 women in department head positions. I'm pleased about that. I think out of that affirmative action program, under that consent decree, we were able to create the most, gender-wise and race-wise, the most diverse labor force in the state of Alabama, any government in the state of Alabama, I think, including the state itself. I think that's an accomplishment I'm very, very proud of. I always wondered, though, I would tell you, even while we were doing carrying out the affirmative action promotions under that consent decree, the one thing I always wondered about was, at which point do you stop affirmative action? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's always stayed in the back of my mind. When I would talk with Alexander, who was a lawyer over at Bradley Ranch, I would raise that question, how long do we do this? Because I thought that was going to be a breaking point at some point. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, so I don't know the legal arguments. But if you say you're going to correct something and an affirmative action is the remedy within and now I speak solely of just within the city, within any organization, that gets to be a question. If you accomplish, and we're accomplishing all of our goals, then when do you stop it? And of course, I don't think we've answered the question yet. I mean, the reverse discrimination, losing that suit created some problems for us, and I think they may now have paid off the last employee, reverse discrimination employee. I know when Mayor Kingate came in, they still had several because we couldn't negotiate settlements with them. And some of them wanted more, but we tried to settle with as many of them as we could. But there's still, the question still is, how long does the court keep you in the consent decree and so forth? In fact, I think if there's an Achilles heel in the affirmative action program, that's it. That's why I think America finally, the society as a whole finally, with being hammered with reverse discrimination and that, well, I think a lot of the attitudes finally changed and the opinion was swung the other way. I may be totally wrong, but even when I was mayor, I was thinking about that. I even said to Gordon a few times, okay, we're achieving these goals, and how long are we going to continue to do this? And I have to admit, I was speaking then from the perspective of an administrator who knew that was still resentment of it, but who felt that we had accomplished a lot on it, and who thought that if we could say we've achieved our goals, the affirmative action program is over, we just go on hiring, that it would have some impact on morale, or get rid of some of the bitter disputes that were ongoing about promotions and all that. So it's just amazing that once you're in a position, how it makes you're forced to think about some things. I really many times rethought the whole minority business loan program. You begin to sort of understand the arguments, whether you agree totally or not, with some of the people it's a very simple question. Now, why do you take some guy who's got terrible credit and couldn't do this, that, and can't get a loan from the bank, and then you take and give him taxpayers' money, and you look around and you got a 60% rate of default. And yet, it takes you to that point. And yet, the answers are really not that simple. But I tell you, it really makes you think about it. In our affirmative action program, many times I sat and I thought about questions like that.
When you left office, were there still affirmative action requirements in place in city employment?
Yeah. Promotion goals are still in place.
As a matter of...
even after the reverse discrimination thing, it was still there. And now whether or not it has ever formally ended, there have been few cases, like school cases, where the courts have finally declared the schools were integrated. Essentially it might have been more segregated than they were when they started, but they ended the program. So I don't think they've done that at the city yet. I know they hadn't done it before I left. Now that wasn't, I think a natural question might be, well, you were chief executive, you thought that was time, why didn't you move to do it? I don't know, I thought about it. And but we got caught up in the reverse discrimination thing just wouldn't go away. It would go up. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court. I went up there and sat in and listened to the arguments. The Supreme Court, the only time I've been in and listened. And then, of course, the Supreme Court rules against us in terms of the right of these people to the pursuit of reverse discrimination. And then we worked through that 2 or 3 years, and we eventually lose it. And of course, that was the end of it. But anyway, it just raises a lot of questions of how you deal with the past injustices, and how do you, in some way, make the solutions somewhat more acceptable to other people who are in there. And I think one way is if you limit the time I wish things would be done. I don't know. Anyway, it was an interesting thing. But I think we accomplished something despite difficulties, and that always happens, and despite problems. And I also felt that the next mayor coming in would probably be able to build a stronger relationship with employees and employee rep groups, because that mayor would not have to go through some of those fights that we had to go through. I'm not sure that has happened at City Hall, but at least that mayor came in with a cleaner slate. It didn't have to fight the minority business thing, all the different affirmative action kinds of things that ended up with people at opposite ends of the spectrum, and people fighting and people feeling that they've been mistreated one way or the other, passed over, and all of that. So I thought, as I was getting ready to leave office, that, well, the next mayor wouldn't have to deal with a lot of that. He wouldn't already be viewed as and sort of pigeonholed as a person who's this way or the other. I don't know how it's worked out, but for Birmingham, there's no question in my mind, affirmative action was the right thing to do. And I think the overall results have been positive for us. And I believe that anybody doing that analysis would probably reach the same conclusion today. And I believe Birmingham is one of the better examples of really what has happened in affirmative action, what has happened about inclusiveness of people in your labor force. And keep in mind, we didn't stop just with our labor force. We reached out, and though we had some debates with the Associated General Contractors and fights, we eventually ended up with some agreement with them. I don't know how successful it has been, but we reached a point where they started working with us rather than against us. We got the Birmingham plan put in place, and the Birmingham plan is really, in my opinion, it's a significant accomplishment. I don't think it was as productive as it could have been, because quite frankly, I don't think we ever got rid of the mentality among a lot of the minority contractors that they were going to get a set-aside or something. But with all those rough battles, one very pleasing moment for me was one day when 6 young black contractors came in my office. And they came not to complain about what was going on, but to thank me and to tell me what had happened with their businesses. And these weren't guys just only, doing brick. I mean, one guy was a sounds man, They were all in the different construction trades. But they were all successful. And they were thanking me, not only for down there, but because we had Auburn University was offering courses. And they were taking those courses. And they were telling me how some of those courses, management courses and so forth, had enabled them to improve their own skills and to run their businesses, and how pleased they were. Plus, they were asking also, part of the reason they came, for us to, sponsor some other courses that Auburn had down there that they wanted. And that was a rare thing, because most of the time when minority contractors came to see me, they came to complain about something that wasn't going on. But so I felt very good. There were 6 young black guys, and they were really good.
These were courses offered under the Birmingham plan?
Under the Birmingham plan. The BCRI had an arrangement with Auburn University, and they sent someone in and they offered the courses. And they may still be doing that. But the difference was, here were 6 young guys. Number one, they were young, and apparently fairly well educated, although I really don't know what their backgrounds were, but well educated, really well spoken, who took advantage of this. And there are some guys who don't have that background and don't have the determination and don't do the work, and they really don't benefit that much from it, and so they don't see much coming from it. But you'll have to keep in mind that things like minority contracts, for the first 100 years of existence of the city of Birmingham, there was nothing. no business going to blacks of any degree. David started trying a program. He tried to put about $1 million into contracts for blacks. But we really got caught up on fronts. There were a lot of fronts that I'm not sure we ever got out rid of all of them, but we got rid of a lot of those fronts. And so when we started talking about, well, we've done $70 million worth of business with black firms, I would guarantee you that most of that was done with those firms and very few fronts. So there are accomplishments in that area that we ought to feel good
What
about.
was the origin of the Birmingham plan, and are you able to think of a moment when that came clearly forward as a real policy possibility, or did it evolve over a long period of time?
Well, I suppose it evolved, but it's like something that hits you. Well, I had been in and out of court with the Associated General Contractors. It was a losing battle every time because state law was, without changing state law, it was hard to do what we were trying to do. Even with the best lawyers trying to write rewrite the city code on some things, that the state law says you got to take bids, and you got to take the best bid, the lowest bid, and so that here you've caught with a way of small businesses that can't bid. Very few of them can bid. We tried everything we knew, trying to break the packages down smaller. That really didn't work. The only thing that was going to work was the strong general contractors was going to somehow have to associate some minority contractors with them, and we eventually got 2 or 3 of them that were willing to do it, but a lot of them didn't. Some of them just did it just as get rid of a nuisance thing. They did it, and the people working with them didn't. They benefited that and got that money, but they didn't learn a lot of things. And then we tried was that the university program we tried over there? It was a curriculum project, I think. We tried to do it sort of as a case study to see really what was going on. But what happened with the Birmingham plan is that following the court thing, I just started thinking about it. The fact that we weren't getting much visible support from the corporate community. And I really sat down at home one night and just sort of wrote out a thing about the Birmingham plan, a statement I wanted to make. I must have spoken with Neil Burt or somebody to invite the people in over there at the Birmingham Southern. And said basically what I had written down and asked them to get off the sideline and get involved with us. Surprisingly, his response was positive. It was a positive response. I don't know how much they knew about what I was going to say. I don't know if I'd gone into any details with Neil about it, except that's what I wanted to talk about. But I look back up on it and say, they put 2 or 3 people in place and said, all right, let's start working it. So that was a good faith effort on the part of the business community to allow us to put in place the Birmingham plan. But no, it's just really, I guess, I don't know whether it was out of frustration, but it came on the heels of those fights. And I thought we'd turn to the corporate community. And so that's how we came out with the Birmingham plan.
You mentioned earlier the minority business program, which really gets at 2 questions I'd like to ask you to respond to. One is sort of your notion of what the role of city government properly ought to be in the economic development area. Because I believe many people would say this just isn't a function of city government to be worrying about business success or failure. And then the question of the evolution of the city's programs away from the simple loan to more complicated things. It seems to me the city learned a lot by its trial and sometimes failure in those areas.
Yeah, I think we did learn. We certainly learned in the loan area. We got into an area, first of all, we wouldn't have ever been able to get into under state Constitution, but with the help of the federal government and the federal funds and an attorney general's opinion that says we could use federal funds for loans, but we couldn't use, city funds for loans. We got off into that area. When the funds sort of dried up, we were fortunate because we had some good times with UDAG things, and so we had UDAG repayments coming in, and every year they bring back almost $500,000 that we could put into a loan pool, and to keep it going. So we then eventually were able to become a bit more selective about how we made loans and who we made them to. And we made better loans to people who, in most instances, ended up succeeding. Whereas early on, a large number of our people were failing. I mean, they got money in little small loans and it lasted a little while. I think they just failed. So we learned as time went along. I think that I do think there is a role for government to play because there's a broader issue of justice and there's the issue of what the history has been. And so I think there is a role. No question there is some role to play. And if it is a government that represents a population that has been significantly impacted by the past practices, I think the responsibility of that government is even greater to try to find out what is our proper role. I just feel today that the loan program per se is, and which most small businesses, including minority businesses, say is the biggest problem, access to capital. I still today question even today whether the loan thing is really the role, major role for us. I do think that stuff we do through BCRI to help people and to offer them training, to make sure that people know how the system works. People who really want to put together a package and want to be competitive and so forth. I think all those are very legitimate kinds of things, and the better we can do them, the more effective we will be.
BCIA is Birmingham Construction Industry Authority, part of the Birmingham
Yeah,
plan.
right, construction industry. And I think the more effective those people are in doing that, the more successful we will be. I think you have to understand when you're doing it, though, that your success rate is not going to be real high when you're dealing with things like contracts, particularly when there's been a history of most of the minority contractors really not being formally trained. I mean, a lot of them it's a trade they picked up. But even there, with those who would accept some help, I mean, we helped them in a lot of ways. From how to handle books, how to do payroll, how to stay out of trouble with the IRS, and all. But some of them were too strapped, to do it, and some of them just sort of threw their hands up. But there are legitimate roles to play. I would just, if I was starting over and had my choice, I'd probably look. I wouldn't totally cut out the loan program, though it troubles me some. But I would make the requirements a little bit more stringent, and there ought to be some reasonable expectations that folk can succeed if you're going to put a small amount of money into something. And we eventually put in place some good support mechanisms. I mean, Susan's program, what is that called?
I think
Entrepreneurial
the
Center,
Entrepreneurial
they call it now, which is an incubator type thing. I think it's been one of the better ones that you'll find any place, and it really evolves from what we tried to do here in the city and what the business community did in partnership with us. That's how we got a successful incubator program for startup businesses and for small businesses. So those are some successes. We tried to do things like even help minority contractors. Number one, to organize as a unit, and number two, to understand even the political system. But it was one area we failed. And I think even today, the city probably still funds the minority contractors and gives them a staff, and 3 or 4 people. But I tried, I went to meetings myself, and I tried to get them to do things like, I even once had the city to put up the money for them to hire attorneys. And I tried to get them to do simple things like lobby. I mean, the Associated General Contractors and the other large contracting group was making a move to change the law about how you get your license and to stiffen the exam. And I tried awfully hard to get them to, number one, lobby, just bring in the black legislators in here. Number two, to send somebody to Montgomery. And I could never get them to do it. I mean, and somebody might say, oh, that isn't important. But, when you look at the system as a whole, and you know how it works, and you know where the laws are made, and the laws tell you everything, government really tells you everything in this country. When you get through examining how it's doing, who's going to be certified and all. And they could never see that as a part of, or at the root of any of their problems. And we just can do it better. But dealing with building contractors in particular is a very difficult area with dealing with minority building contractors. I think you'll get a few. When we started out, we probably had 1 or 2 general contractors, and when I left, who were minorities. When I left office, we might have had about 6 of them that were doing fairly well and still operating. We never were able to build, a hugely successful minority contracting firm like, say, Russell or something. We were never able to do that. But we've had a lot of experience. I think we could talk to some people about what you shouldn't do and what might work in some instances.
One of the projects that David Vann had begun was the commitment to downtown Birmingham, the revitalization of downtown. Would you comment on your views of downtown and what your administrations did over the years in behalf of downtown Birmingham and your assessment of success or failure?
Yeah. I really think we overall got off to a great start in downtown. You can't fully appreciate it if you can't recall what downtown was like in '79. Even today, we didn't see the long-term effect of some of the things. When I look back at records and see the number of buildings that were renovated, for example, downtown, and I look at them today, many of those renovations didn't keep businesses there. Of course, now they go into lofts and things of that sort. But we did a large number of buildings downtown, in addition to new construction. I think our downtown effort was pretty good. We were a long way from getting the kind of mix that gives the downtown the character it has to have, the new character, and making the transition from a downtown where retail-dominated retail markets, huge department stores, to one that's got a totally different character, especially in a town where folk hadn't lived downtown, and we have to try to go through that change. But we did a lot of things that were positive downtown. However people measure it. I mean, if you look at how many new office buildings came downtown? We had a fair number that we got downtown, and we negotiated. And it's a great leap from where we started with Block 60 and the failure in Block 60. We learned some things from that, and we were able to negotiate and use our incentives a bit better, and to get some buildings downtown. We haven't been able to change it from being a a workday place. But of course, we got a lot of jobs in the downtown and in what we call the Central Business District. The role of Michael Cabot in Operation New Birmingham, that role was very important in what we've been able to do downtown. I think we're sort of halfway there. We started things like the McWayne Center. We have not seen the full impact of that yet. One day, I'm still hopeful that we'll complete that and that it's going to anchor changes around there. I'm hopeful of them. I was talking with Jeffrey Baer just 2 nights ago, and I'm hopeful that he's going to succeed with his plans for the Pizitz thing. But we've put in place sort of a nucleus for some good things to happen. But when you think about, we did things like parking decks downtown. During the time we were in office there 20 years, we must have done 4 or 5 parking decks. You start down there with the last one, with the Bank of Birmingham. You think about the one across from the federal courthouse. We did the one behind the finance center. We did the Birmingham News parking deck. We did the 2nd Avenue parking deck. That was all a part of course, trying to reinforce the survival of downtown and to provide the parking. But even when you look at the buildings, we fought some battles. We got the new federal courthouse. It was going to be downtown, but we got it where it is. I mean, over the oppositions of the federal judges who didn't want it down there because it was backed right up to the black business district, historically black business district. I now see that at last there's an office building going up diagonally across the street from that federal courthouse there on 4th Avenue. Then I forget her name, Sloss people are building behind the Federal Reserve. That's a battle we sort of lost. I mean, we didn't lose Federal Reserve. We kept them in the city, but we lost them downtown after we gave them all the help in the world to get the thing financed. But I see Kathy and her associates at Sloss Group are coming with an office complex there. I had a conversation just yesterday. I had lunch with Elias Hendricks, talking with him about his business. And he's a young black couple, with that child care business, and they're totally excited. And working with people like Sloss, expanding their businesses, taking in additional kids. He was just saying, a lot of the kids can't afford to go to the early learning center or to the church. These operated by the church because it costs a lot. But there are a lot of secretaries who have kids and people making less money. And they get business from black and white. Mm. And now they're getting involved in the actual plan, like some Kathy are doing that bit. They're negotiating with them right now about the number of places they're going to provide for folk in their office. I mean, that's and having listened to him talk about that, I mean, I really felt good about it, because people are dealing with their children, and they're willing to take their children, and these people have done well enough that the folk who are making a big investment developing the thing is talking with them about how we're going to meet the needs of some of the tenants who are going to fill these buildings. And, can we contract with you for so many spaces? I mean, that, to me, I didn't tell him all this, but to me, that's a message about a lot of change in Birmingham. I mean, your kids are one of the most important things you get, and when you can get folk to the point where they're taking they feel safe enough to put their kids in, and that you got a quality enough thing, that the race who operates it isn't important, but they run a good one. I mean, that for Birmingham, man, that's a massive jump. But so I think that's happening. I see there's an office building going up on Concord. I worry a little now about 2 that ought to be going up, and I don't know where the new administration is, where the mayor is. Unfortunately, we've had no communication at all there's no transition. I was there for 20 years, and then the new mayor comes in, and he decides that he and his people don't want to have any communication with his administration. But, I worry about some federal things. The Social Security Payment Center, we'd worked that one out. He blew the Tom Williams thing that we had put in place. But maybe it's still coming together. The university's impact is still felt there. When I read that the Parliament House thing is going to be finally really revitalized and redone, I think downtown we have reasons to be optimistic, though there's much to be done, and I think that our work over 20 years contributed some towards that. I also think we bought time. Our work in things like annexation that we probably talked some about and what we did to it provided a source of revenue for this city that enables us to do a lot of things, not only looking at incentives downtown, and we could afford to do that because had we been so strapped for money, we would have just been pushing every cent there, no matter where it came from. But it gave us a little breathing room to look elsewhere. It enabled us to maintain some services to our neighborhoods, even the older neighborhoods, the lower income neighborhoods. Our people don't think about that. But much of that revenue that pays for those services coming in from what we did out on 280 and places like that. It's coming in from the Summit and Health South and Grandview and Perimeter Square and Brook Island. And those are all parts of our economic packages. And we tried, I mentioned those at this point, the little nexus with downtown is that a lot of those places we tried to, get down. I should have tried to get Rich Scrooge downtown. But that failing, and with us making our case, I think they felt at least some obligation to try to stay within the city, and they did that. And I think we had some successes in many cases. We didn't get them downtown. I believe downtown will make the comeback that we're talking about, but we still got a little way to go. I think the image of downtown is still a negative one, and we still got to find some ways to get people down here after 5 o'clock. And I don't know what's going to happen over in the convention center. I think we built in for ourselves a problem and a challenge long time ago when we decided to put the convention center there, or when we ran the interstate right through the middle of it. And while only people who are planners and other people who consider themselves to be urbanologists would quickly see what that disadvantage is. It's clearly a disadvantage. Is there going to be a dome downtown? What impact that's going to be? I don't know. I frankly do not know. I think it would be a positive for downtown. And when I studied what had happened with domes and saw what cities had used dome stadiums to do to revitalize their downtown or some old area, I thought it would be ideal if we ever could get one here. It would do the same thing. But I don't think we've ever been able to sell people on it, although the recent legislation that provides some money sort of puts it on a little on life support for a while while we see what else is going to happen with it. But our downtown is still in a position where we can achieve the goals of making it a viable downtown. We may be a decade away from doing all that, but things are still happening downtown.
That was an initiative that was begun under David Vann. Mm-hmm. Was it one that you and he worked on together, or was it one that you inherited as a mayoral initiative from him?
Well, I don't know. Much of the downtown thing was something that we didn't work much on that together.
The Pedro Costa appointment was one that he made as mayor without a great deal of discussion with council.
I'm not sure David made the Pedro Costa appointment. My mind may be playing tricks on me. I know when we did the 19th Street project, which we hoped would sort of duplicate the Birmingham Green thing, and it just never happened. It was $7 million that we put into a project that just went nowhere. I think I had come into office then, because I remember talking with Nina about that, and I don't know if I talked with David at all. I think I do remember having an extended conversation with Nina about when we were trying to select somebody, whether we should use Costa or not, and her feeling at the time, I remember, was, well, these are people who have some faith in downtown. But at that time, Head had brought up all these properties downtown, and she thought, that's where we ought to, no, I think that you're right, that's where we ought to take the risk with people who believe there's a future downtown. And I think that might have been right after David. I won't say it didn't come from some momentum that he had already.
Now, I thought he had made the initial appointment of Pedro Costa and Demetriou.
You may be right on that.
And that the early report came out sometime shortly after you entered office. But
you may be right. I just don't remember. I do remember. When did we do the Block 60?
It was early, 80, 81, I think.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Yeah.
I've thought about that many times, and I just wish I had known a little bit more. I thought maybe we could have salvaged that. I mean, we didn't lose it completely. We got the bank building, but I think we could have gotten more. But we just it was a learning experience, and we paid some prices.
You mentioned annexation. The core commitment to downtown has been balanced by the concern for the outer area. How did that annexation strategy develop, and what was the rationale behind it as you undertook it?
Well, I really learned that much about that from David. Of course, even after I became mayor, David still spearheaded annexation plans. The first time we really talked, the first time I really got in a real conversation with David about that, about annexation, and began to appreciate what the policy ought to be, was when David was mayor and Blue Cross left the city and went to River Chase. And David cut off the city's business with Blue Cross. And I got in some conversation with him then, and it got to be far-ranging, as things oftentimes get to be with David talking about things like that. And then he started talking about, annexations and this and that. And then he saw I was very interested, and he called me one Saturday and came over to the house and wanted to talk about annexing, that we ought to do this annexation. That's when we were going to go out to Birmingham with that annexation. And I was valuable to David at that point, because I was at that particular time a very visible and popular black political official here, influential. And David had come up with this scheme, and he was explaining it to me about this old law and how to annex these this tax-exempt annexation, how it could do them, and explaining to me how we could get, a group. In most cases, they were black community groups that didn't have services and couldn't get them from areas. And so the first one we took on was Booker Heights, to bring in all that area, because what David's plan was is that we were going to take Birmingham and make it a major industrial park. And in order to do that, because David had a grant out, he always had the idea that we were going to do a canal all the way downtown, and that, I mean, we talk about all that, but less grandiose was the idea that he had that I thought was workable.
And this was when he was in office?
Yeah, it started when he was in office. And that was that if we could work and successfully annex this area, and he drew this thing all the way out past Maytown, and we would have all of the Birmingham port would be in Birmingham. And while there are a few warehouses and things out there now, and a fair amount of stuff is shipped out on barges and so forth, and goes and ties into the Tom Bigby waterway and always from Birmingham, we could more than quadruple what was going on if we really set up a major industrial park right there on that riverfront, right on Riverport. And David convinced me that was what to do. And so our first joint effort was the Booker Heights annexation, which we lost by one vote, because there were only about 50-some folk to vote, and they were annexing. They needed the services. They were in an unincorporated. They were in an unincorporated area, and they wanted some services from Birmingham. And it was an all-black community. And David wanted to know if I thought I could convince them to come in, which I thought I could. And we hooked up with a minister out there, area. And we thought we were going to surely carry it today, except Tom Glover got to the minister. And lo and behold, we found a lot. We did find out before the election, the minister had changed sides, and instead of encouraging folk out there to annex, Tom had gotten to him. Tom was now on the county commission, and he's getting them to work against it. And they beat us. I mean, it came out like 26-25. I mean, we lost by one. But that's where I sort of got my initiation into it. And then we just started talking, even when David was mayor, about other annexations we might do. I don't think we got around to I'm trying to see. I don't think we got around to another major annexation while he was still in office. But I, in effect, carried out some of the David plans, and then when he came back to work,